All right, we're immediately live. I'm not going to bother putting in the, going live soon or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just need to. All right, we actually currently have 0 viewers.
Mm-hmm. We probably can and should wait as long as we need to let people get on there.
Yeah. Well, since there's 0 viewers, I could put on the starting Zoom screen. Think you should do it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about any of those protocols.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll put starting Zoom. All right, I don't know. We're going live anyway because it's like the thing on here. Oh, there it goes. Now it says 8 viewers. That's weird. Must be a delay in the update. All right, folks. So this is an ad hoc stream. This is Shroud of the Avatar, free to play game. Every month we have a live stream the day after we publish the major update. But then in addition, we try, and this has actually been quite some number of months since we've done this, to do some live streams during the month while we're doing work and talking about upcoming things or whatever. So, Shroud of the Avatar is free to play, and we have about 400 scenes to explore. And you can follow us here on Twitch at /Shroud of the Avatar, Facebook /Shroud of the Avatar, or via RSS on our website, shroudoftheavatar.com. So on this stream, we are working on housing. Scotty is currently working to correct issues in one of the existing houses. I'll let him explain all that stuff. If you have any questions, Lee was asking about the phrase of the day. If you have any questions on the topic that we're working on, feel free to ask. I'll be moderating the chat window, so as not usual, I will actually watch the chat and take any questions that are relevant to what we're doing and so on and so forth. And I'll let Scotty know whatever we got going on there. First thing is, Sir Frank asked about Darkshire. That's my character's full name is actually Ravalox Darkshire. I had to do that because on some of the streaming platforms and social media locations, somebody out there took Ravalox. They actually showed up for about 2 years, posted up some really short source code for some stuff, and then disappeared again. But of course, once you create an account, nobody else could ever get that account. So I had to do that to be unique, and I didn't want to make it like the real Ravalox or anything like that. So I just gave myself a surname instead. The phrase of the day, we can give out prizes on the stream here, but it won't be like the big normal, thing. So yeah, and so as Ali was actually in our chat.
Oh.
Hi Ali. The phrase will continue to be lava may be hot, so feel free to say that in the game, and I will probably do at least one prize drawing during the stream. Depends on how long we go, that type of thing. So with that regard, we're the rules aren't quite as firm as we normally do for the release live streams. But because again, my head will be handed to me if I give out too many prizes. Justifiably so, because I've been kind of loosey-goosey with all that. Okay, so with all that said, on screen you'll see currently me standing there. That was just so I could tell everybody in chat. I'm going to go ahead and maximize the share screen that we got our cameras, and I just need to find the right screen to do that. This is it. Yeah. Okay. So get this up. Just do it this way. It's not quite where we would want it to be, but that way you get to see the whole viewport screen. So what you're watching right now is Scottie, and I'll hand it over to him in a moment to start talking about that. And then you'll see that there's a Unity screen up there on the side. That's what I'm working on, which is related to what he's working on. I'll let Scottie, if you don't mind, you go ahead and give him some instructions. What's going on?
Certainly, I've started the process of fixing the first of the sets of row houses, which for the purposes of trying to work on these things, these are for me, these assets are called quarter lot row houses, and they're this particular asset is the quarter village. So it's a soda row house, in this case, 3-story quarter village. I've already worked on the 2-story and the 4-story. I kind of started on one end and then went down to the extreme end to the other side of the simpler house, just to kind of compare and contrast and try to determine the extent to which these things were all made reasonably at the time, meaning whether they were like the most complex one was made, and then in decreasing complexity the others were made out of it. As it turns out, whereas that may have been part of the process, the reality is that by the time it got to each one individually, the original creator touched each one of them to such an extent individually that they really can't be they really shouldn't be remade in that same way or fixed in that same way. I'm going to have to touch them one at a time. So having already done that with the 4-story house and fixed most of the visual glitches that I could possibly find, then the same thing with this 2-story house as well. And there are still some things that have to be dealt with. But I'm going to, for the sake of showing you all kind of what I go through to try to figure out these things, I'm going to go ahead and just simply show you the 3-story house. I doubt we'll have time for me to go from start to complete, because though there are very simple fixes that can be made, there are so many of them that it takes some time. And so the part of the time is just going in and figuring it out. And I start with the exterior. You'll be seeing the guts of this thing very soon from a standpoint of how it's built in Max. But I start off walking around just to see if there's problems. And I immediately saw a problem out front here that I'm going to have to kind of fix, that probably, I'm betting, may manifest in the others too. Yep, I'm already seeing it here. What I'm seeing is I'm seeing little dots that indicate that a seam is not sealed. There it's not so bad, but I can see it as I'm moving past it. This 3-story one, though, it's a little bit worse, and you can see it right up there, right by my little glowing light. That little line there is an indication that 2 polygons that are on the same plane, in this case these, horizontal polys, come together there on a seam where there's 2 different textures, but the fellow who made it initially did not seal that seam up, meaning that the verts on either end of that kind of little scrolling line are not sealed together properly. So I have to remember where that is. I'm betting it goes all the way across, although over here I'm not seeing it as bad, and that possibly tells me that the vertices are sealed on this end, but they're not sealed on this end. So the further down you go, the more likely you're going to start seeing that little line up there that I'm seeing. Walking around this house, I've noticed there are 2 other places where that occurs. I'm looking for places where vertices come together, so all corners, all edges. Anytime you see a place where there are wood slats sticking out of the wall like this, that usually means the piece is sunken into the wall and it's probably one giant solid wall piece. So I'm not as necessarily concerned about that. Luckily, anywhere where it's like that is not usually a problem. Where it becomes a problem is where 2 edges of polys meet. And that's where you'll see things where poly edges might, overlap, and you'll see the Z fighting, the flickering of texture maps fighting against one another. But in this case, like right there, right below my light, you can see the sky through a seam right there. And that's just a simple matter of the fact that those polys, should be intersecting with one another to prevent that from happening. And looking around up here, since that's obviously a problem corner, I'm going to look around here to see if I can see more problems. Oh, yep, right above the light, there's another piece of sky coming right through what should be solid wood. And so anywhere where I see that, I'm going to have to fix it. And I have to be sensitive to this, and I'm being very picky, because there's not many of places like that. And so they need to be correct. Likewise, inside, I found similar kind of things. So I'm going to be looking for that on the inside as well to see. The outside also is letting me see things like, oh, there's a window, and I can see through the window. Parts of it are translucent, other parts aren't. That's achieved by a texture map with translucency built into it, transparent sections of that texture. Going inside the house, however, I should be able to see that same thing looking out, and I can't. That tells me that either something went wrong with the mesh, and that mesh is missing, or for some reason that mesh has been turned around as facing the wrong way, the wrong direction. There should be a mesh in there, a piece of polygon structure facing me with that same texture, but it's not. And I'm seeing that in all these windows. What I'm also looking for is I'm also looking to make sure that the wood inside the window, which refers to a section that is intersecting between the outer shell and the inner shell, that needs to be airtight. I shouldn't be able to see stuff through it. For a second there, I thought I saw a crack, but all that is where whoever placed the shutter on the outside did not match it up against the wall. That's something that's handled inside of the prefab. That's not something that I can really fix in Max, so I'm not going to focus on that right now. All of these shutters, as it turned out, are not placed in Max. They've been placed by hand in here. So a seam seen through it and the sky seen through it is really just a bit of space that it's been left by whoever placed it. That space would look natural if there were hinges in there taking up part of it, but there's not. It's just sort of floating in space there. So far that looks good there. There's some other stuff I need to look for now that I've fixed other rooms. There are some little things in there that are a problem. If you look at my mouse, you'll see a little black line going across that. That little black line is actually an intrusive polygon that should... excuse me. shouldn't even be there. It's something my eyeballs catch because I know what to look for. And it shouldn't be there. It's paper thin. It disappears if I move the camera around, but there it is, and it must go away. That's just an example of the fact that there are hidden polys that are stuck in walls all through these things that I have to go in and fix. I'm looking at texture maps. I'm crucially looking at seams up against the wall. I'm making sure I can't see the sky through them. Unfortunately, in this room, it was a little corner under the molding piece up at the very top where the wall met it. The wall, instead of going behind it a little bit, enough to cover it, it went right up to the edge of it in some of the others. But I'm not seeing that happen in this one. It happened upstairs in the others, though, so that's what I'm going to look for. I'm also looking for stuff in here, like these pieces coming out of the wall made of wood that represent the demarcation between the wood slats decoratively on the lower end of the room and the stone on the upper end of the room. Upstairs, of course, it's plaster and wood. Those little pieces are really just meant to be trimmed, but because they are sticking out of the wall here, and because the tops of those were given as decorative surfaces in one of the others, I need to make sure that, consistency's sake, all these things that are this thick get decoratable surfaces. The new ones that I'll be making from this basic design that will have different textures and different wall configurations, I'll be doing much more architectural fixes that have to do with changing the nature of how thick those walls are, how thick those trims are, everything like that. But for these, my promise was that any fixes I would make would not disturb the existing decoratable surfaces unless it was absolutely necessary for functionality, which I'll get to that in a minute. So what I will be adding is the decoratable surfaces on those windowsills so that people can put stuff there. In fact, I'm even adding the sides and the top of those windowsills to allow people to put stuff on those walls or hang things there if they're small decorations, small enough to allow it to happen. So that's part of what I'm going to do here. I also tested to make sure that the new decoratable surfaces on the sides of these things would, if you're very careful, allow you to hang stockings in front of those fireplaces as well. So the next thing I wanted to check in here is going up the staircase. One of the things I discovered was that in some of them, and this was from an old bug, that based on a bunch of testing that we did the other night, we were able to determine that if you were right up against the wall and you're walking up here, sometimes you get stuck on those staircases. I was able to fix the staircases, the lower staircases in some of these cases. Oh, shoot. I just saw something there. I didn't like it. What was it? Oh, no, that's the plaster. That's okay. I'm okay with that. What is that? No, that's good.
I saw marching ants.
Yeah, what you saw though was this. You saw that plaster.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because
Luckily, you did not see through the wall.
Right, it wasn't going outside.
Yeah, and so that's what I have to look for. Yeah. I also have to look for things like this right here. Bob tried to get it really close, but unfortunately he didn't get them close enough, and so you'll see some of that same sparkling here as you see the plaster through those seams. It's easy to fix, but it has to be fixed because otherwise it's an error, it's a flaw. So I need to push those faces in a little bit so that you cannot possibly see those marching ants. I'm going to go through here further. The same situation exists in many cases with the beam above the door. Yep, there it is right there. Right by that light, you can see it happening. I'm looking right through because it's paper thin and I can see the plaster. That's got to go. It's got to be fixed. I've got to be very careful looking by the sides of these stairs. Sometimes the stairs don't meet the little wooden trim there. And when that's the case, I can see right through to the plaster or sometimes to the sky itself, depending on whether there's a wall there behind it or not. Inside of these rooms, you can see marching ants there, but what you're seeing that plaster there. You're seeing very thin bit of that plaster. But, that's just the way it is. That's the way it goes. But what you're also seeing up here is that right there. Yep, that little line right there is literally a part of the exterior house is not matching up properly. The problem is it is matching up down below, and there's one of two ways to fix that. In here, it's not that bad, but the further I get to the left, the worse that gap gets, and there you see it right there. That's a gap revealing the paper-thin nature of the mesh itself, and that has to go. And you can see that the thickness of this area, this board here, does not match the thickness over here. And that means that either the frame itself, those polygons need to be pushed a little bit to the left, which would most likely harm the texture mapping, especially in this area where there's a bunch of kind of conflicting directional textures that have been mapped in a variety of different directions on the XYZ coordinates. That is a recipe for disaster if I move those verts around, because it will not respect the fact that it'll start to skew texture mapping. And that looks worse than gaps. So if it really comes down to it, I'm going to have to grab that edge and pull it, or I'm going to have to move the entire exterior just a little bit, which is what I had to do the 4-story one, which means that it will break the windows down below. But the windows down below have only one set of texture mapping on them, on the exterior part, and that I might be able to get away with fixing. But I am concerned about that wooden frame though. If it messes up those textures, then what's going to happen is I'm going to have to only fix the verts of the windows that are problematic. And that's just a factor of it not having been built correctly in the first place. So the most I can do is fix as I go. That's what it looks like. That's fine on this floor. On this floor, is it the same issue? Looks like it might not be so bad. Nope. It looks like whoever built this pushed that in just enough to where I can't see through the problem. But it was also on this layer here that I could see problems here, but I'm not seeing that in this room. So I'm going to go in here, make sure that this final floor is kosher. I bet the only thing that won't be good will be, oh, yep, there we go. I can see that little bit right there. So those little things have to be pushed in. That one looks like it's pushed in enough already. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be pushing them all in because by the time I get in there, I won't be able to see those tiny little slivers of light in max. But what I am looking at is I'm looking at yet another gap right here, so that's going to have to be fixed, and I'm just going to have to pull the polys. And so, literally, I'm arming myself with everything that must be dealt with. The last thing I wanted to look at here was to make sure that I can go up this wall without it stopping me. Oh no! See, an invisible thing has stopped me there. And that invisible thing that's stopping me, I can back out of it and move away. It was even worse in one of the other buildings where. When you're in the game, you had to try to jump out, but you would feel trapped.
Oh, let me interject one question. Are you working on the three-story?
This is the 3-story.
So this is the one with the window issue, right?
Yeah, this is the one with the window issue, and you can tell because I can walk out here and oh look, there's no windows, there's no bars. But if I look from the outside, you'd see the glass.
Right. And what we made a determination, right? That I guess actually it was an educated guess. The probability, right, was that he didn't put the two panes back to back.
Right. He didn't. He either left the panes facing the same direction, and there's two polys bunched up, or the back poly facing backwards is simply missing. Either way, I'm going to have to figure it out and fix it, and I can do that in Max. So that looks like what the issue is with these, and now I have to remember all that and go back. I could take notes, but I've been touching these things enough. One of the other things is that you can see I'm walking out on this little thing, and it looks like I'm walking out, but what's really happening is one of my either my head or my shoulders collision box is getting stuck on the decoratable surface that's there, or it's getting stuck on the house collision, because this house is full of collision shapes. Some of them are used as deco surfaces, but they will also make your character collide, and some are merely the interior or exterior collision. They don't always play nice together. And in this particular case, it's letting me look like I'm walking out on that little ledge, but in reality, either my head or my shoulders is getting stuck on the collision shape of that piece that's sticking out of that wall right there. And so I'm going to have to either push them in, and not let you have a deco surface on that. Make it thin enough to where I can literally run up and down these stairs with pressed up against the wall without it stopping me like it's doing right there. And how do I know it's the potential collision boxes that's causing this? Well, because I can go out of this. I can unmaximize it. I can let it take me out of here. I can go out of the game. I can go into the scene. I can fly the camera in here until I find myself. Let's see, where am I? In here? There I am. And I can click on the wall and see where that is, and the collision shape for the interior of the house is right along those polys. And then I can click on my head, and I can click on my shoulders, I can click on my neck. All of these collision boxes are constantly searching to try to discover whether it thinks I am about to collide with a collision surface, and whether there's a deco surface on that thick piece of floor right there or not. There's certainly a collision shape on it, and my head box, or in this case it could be my shoulder box or my neck box, is interfering with it. It's basically, it knows that it's got to the very edge of where that shape is, and it just won't let me go up. That was a bug that was reported, and so I'm going to have to fix it. And the functionality of being able to kind of just sort of run against the wall going up without getting stuck is more important than any actual decoratable surface that might be able to go there, unfortunately. So functionality of the character movement will trump anything that has to do with item placement. So that is the way that cookie crumbles. I'm going to get out of here and go back into the game real quickly. And I'm going to go ahead and maximize it. And see if there's anything else. I'm going to take one last look around that top floor. I'm not seeing anything except the stuff that I know has to be touched. And with that, I'm going to go out. This one does not look like it has. Now that's interesting. This is the third floor thing. In the mesh that I saw in there with a collision shape, it looked like there was a door to an attic. But I'm not seeing a door to an attic in the visual mesh. So it looks like I won't have to fix that. I can just make the collision shape simpler. I need to verify that by going in right now. So, and again, inconsistencies abound in this place. I'm going to get out of here now, and I'm going to go into Max, and I'm going to start fixing all this stuff. Part of the reason why I wanted to share this with you all is, not only so that you can kind of get a general look into what I do when I have to go in and make these fixes. These fixes are important too because they set the stage for me to go in and then maybe later turn these into new houses with different floor plans, open floor plans, and maybe, movable walls, who knows, whatever. But before I can do any of that, I need to make sure that this stuff is right from the very beginning.
Lauren is asking if there are any tools inside of Max for finding these issues.
Sadly, not the kind of issues I discussed. It's all visual. Max has a lot of tools, which some of which I'll be showing you right now. This is the Max environment right here, and this is every piece of the 20 pieces that are necessary to make that 3-story house. And you can see I have 20 objects selected here. My monitor's dark, and please forgive me. But the tools in Max, of which there are many, many, many. They're mainly modeling tools as opposed to game engine graphics error finding tools. But knowing is half the battle. So going in advance and finding out where those things are by seeing them within the game engine, I can then go in and start making assessments as to what needs to be fixed to actually make sure that I'm covering all my bases here. Now, these things were made. When they were made, you can see already there's some inconsistencies. I'm not too concerned about these. They might be a waste of time and effort. For instance, you can see that this roof collision shape doesn't actually perfectly match the visuals of the roof itself. It's not perfect. But because nothing really much goes up there and wanders around on it, the worst that will happen is that you'll fall off the roof early, earlier than you expect to. Or an object might slide off the roof or whatever, depending on the physics. And in this particular case for us, your foot might sink into the very top of this a little bit where you see the green sinking into it. Anywhere where the green sinks into the mesh, the exterior collision does not exist. It's pushing itself into the mesh. So you can see it happening right here too. Luckily, there's a little bit of room for error, margin of error. And there's weird stuff we're noticing, stuff that we don't even understand why. You can look at this right now. This mesh is the exterior collision. And you can see all 20 of these things in here. All the brighter white stuff is all the stuff that I have to export as an FBX. All this other stuff is just, there's a female torso in there for size. There's object 006, which is who knows what it is. All those things are on a separate layer and are hidden on that separate layer so they don't get exported. And you see there's a quarter village door 1, door 2, door 3. That was back. Some of the stuff is legacy stuff left over during development, including a time when we thought we were going to have to hand place all doors in 3D Studio Max before exportation. Later on, we decided that was not the way to do it. So we really only exported a single door. That door actually gets turned off, as do the shutter and the shutter brace. those things only got exported once, and then they were turned into separate prefabs that got placed by designers in game by hand in every open door and outside of every window. So the ones that were in here became superfluous. So this little select from scene thing lets me select stuff that needs to be checked out here. So in this case, I'm going to start by fixing the seams that I know are on the outside. But before I do, this outside collision shape has these weird X's in it. What are they? I don't know. We couldn't figure it out at first. The only clue was then later on when looking at it directly isometrically from the side and turning off the solid polys, I noticed that those weird X things that seem to be randomly cut into those the planar faces of the collision have a central point that is exactly in the center of each of the windows. Exactly in the center. Why? We don't know. Did it serve a function or purpose? It may have. Does it still serve a function or purpose? It could be. There could be something that our code needs to know about the vertex that has been cut into the center of each of those faces that has something to do with window functionality that I don't know, Stephen doesn't know. This is legacy stuff. It could mess things up if I did what I wanted to do with it, which is to simplify this mesh and cut down on the number of triangles by basically taking out those vertices. I don't dare do that, though, until I can figure out what those things are meant to do and whether it would hurt the game if I simplified that mesh. Because those meshes are functional meshes that are indeed accessed by code, hidden code, it's under the hood stuff in the game, code that I didn't write, code that even Steven isn't familiar with. Some programmer had something in mind, and they probably came along at some point and said, hey, we need you to, put a point right there, so that it can be used for some reason, possibly, and because you're putting a point there, you have to basically connect it with segments, line segments. And it just looks weird. It just looks like it's drawn, X is poorly drawn by hand until you realize those points are right in the center of the window for some reason. And they're not just in the exterior. I'm going to hide that selection right now. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and just select the interior. Let's see, here we go. Interior collision. I'm going to say OK. And then I'm going to hide unselected. And now we're just going to look at the interior collision. And lo and behold, those same X's are there on the interior collision, right in the center of the where the windows are. So, Bob the Builder was not the kind of person who would just do that randomly. That was very specific and purposeful. The only question is, why was it done? And has its purpose already been served now that the building's finished? Or would it mess something up if I exported this collision surface without them?
Right. Or was it only necessary when the original plan was to have the shutters and doors and things be already placed in the mesh?
Right. Yeah. It could have had something to do with that. Or, weirdly enough, it could have something to do with some legacy lamplighter code that was supposed to find the middle of each window and turn them, make it open versus closed. We just don't know what legacy code might be related to those vertices randomly stuck there, right out there in the middle of all those windows. Don't know. And though we care, we're not sure. Same thing goes for this weird thing. The interior collision shape right here I thought was a big mistake because, this is a collision box and it surrounds the fireplace where you'd expect it would, where there's a hole where the fire would be. But there's also this weird open collision box here that does not have interior surfaces that seems to expose where the top of the fireplace would be, but yet surrounds the outside of it in a strange way, like it's the, opening of an oven or something. It's on every single one of these here. And the only thing we could figure out is that it possibly has something to do with keeping pets or some other thing from jumping up there or getting up there, but yet that opening still allows you to place objects on the top of that mantle. That's what we're assuming, and because we're assuming that there's a reason it's there, we can't delete those extra polys, even though it feels weird that they're even there in the first place. So those get to stay.
Let me inject another one here. Is that and of course we're 3 days into the work for this particular model.
That's
row, right?
Yeah, this is the third day of touching them.
Right. So this is the phase where we're now looking at stuff and saying, okay, these polys we're probably going to have to leave because we don't know. We have removed, what do you think, hundreds, thousands of polys already?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
So there's definitely going to be performance improvements. I mean, you guys know from the live streams that I've done on the monthly official stuff that my hopes are that we get these things optimized to the point that going to Arteris and Brittany Alleys won't be a torture chamber. So
right.
And this really, I mean, there's a lot of duplication, and once we clean up these things and we proceed on and keep going through all the models, we really should see a difference. And my intention is to start taking some metrics on load times and track them to get some averages, and then as we fix the stuff, see if those numbers go down, so we could kind of determine what percentage of improvement we made just by fixing the houses.
And it would be nice to see that earlier than later, but of course, it's really hard to do that because just one set of them doesn't necessarily provide you enough change to really see it if you're inside of a big scene full of every version of the row houses that exist.
Right.
But there are so many.
Yep.
So many. The sad part is we might cry a little tear if we do a lot of work to try to get rid of hidden faces, only to discover that it didn't make any meaningful difference. We hope that that's not the case, but I mean, we're going to have to do it anyway because this stuff has to be cleaned up. There were hundreds and hundreds of faces, entire wall segments, when the thing was made and copied from other pieces to try to make these pieces. The walls were filled with garbage, basically, stuff that needed to be deleted and gotten rid of. Not just the stuff that you could see, but the stuff that has to be conceived of by the program to determine collision and deco. Just the walls were just full of junk. It's like entire walls and pieces and support structures and stuff were just in the wall, never to be utilized or seen by anyone, but having to be constantly drawn and considered by the code, which that's what slows us down. We don't care if you can't see something inside of a wall that happened to be left behind, but the code cares because the code has to think about it whether we do or not. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go in and I'm going to start with just the interior. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to start with the exterior because that exterior had those pieces in it that need to be looked at. So I'm going to start with the exterior. I'm going to unhide that. And I'm going to start looking at it right now. This is weird. I do not have this thing in perspective. Perspective makes it a little more difficult to work with. It looks better that way, and it's easier to look at something in perspective, but it's also hard to necessarily zoom in and make sure things are good. Orthographic is the way to go, because then I can also look at something exactly on edge and know that I'm not missing something that would normally otherwise be there. This is the mesh now that we're looking at, and right along this is where I saw those little dancing ants. And what that tells me is that the line between this polygon right here, and let me do it more back facing. There we go. So the line between these polys right here, and let me turn them on, this one and this one, those two are not, and I can almost see it. You can even see the dancing ants right here just a little bit. These little dots there are showing me that there's disparity between these, and I can already tell where it probably is, because right here, these two polys join here. There's a vertice right here that you can see right there, but that vertice does not attach to this poly, which means that there is going to be space. Even if that space is like a micron, it doesn't matter because it has the chance to take up anything behind it, including the sky. And how do you fix it? Well, there's only one way to fix it, and that is to add more polys or to delete these things, so that instead of it being one poly, two poly, three polys, it ends up being one single poly across the whole thing, and then this becomes one single poly across the whole thing. The problem is this is broken up for a reason. It was broken up for purposes of lighting, I can almost guarantee you. The reason why you do that is because the lighting model wants things to be broken apart into meter to 1 meter to 2 meter wide increments, so that lighting flows across the surface appropriately. Otherwise, what you get is a lighting a model where you walk up to the edge of this, and see, that's why I'm surprised that this isn't split up. See, this wall right here is about the typical split for lighting models. But this one right here is atypical. This back wall is typical, right? Split up appropriately. But what happens is that you bring a light close to the edge of this, and suddenly that light has to stretch across the whole polygon all the way to the end. And the lighting on this polygon will look differently than the lighting on this polygon, like they're lit from two separate worlds.
So Pithlet Sharpwing,
Yes.
he made a comment, and this is actually kind of relevant back to, and you may have made a comment when you were looking at the fireplace.
Yeah.
That collision above it that we didn't know why.
Yeah.
Right. So he says, LOL. I put a statue next to a trunk, and my ghost NPC climbed on the trunk, then the statue, then into my ceiling, and showed up on his roof.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that's now the interesting thing is that the collision that's there is really like player collision, right? And we do have separate colliders for NPCs to prevent NPCs from passing a spot. So we may that might be like an NPC plane that we might want to put in some place, that will prevent. Yes, we do have every once in a while, and I think Allium and Laney can speak to this better than I could at this stage, because with the bugs and everything, that we do have pets that will there's the jump off the pier into the water thing, but that's kind of separate. That happens specifically on water lots. But there are situations where pets will just pop up onto another plane, go up onto another floor or whatever.
And that's probably what would happen if they went up onto the top of that fireplace. They'd stick up through the floor, and then something about the collision code would probably shoot it right up through to the next floor above it or under the roof.
Exactly. Depending on how close it is to a wall, the game will try to correct it to go on top of the nearest collision. And if it's too close to the wall, it'll try to go up on top of the wall, which of course will shove it up on top of the roof. Right. So yeah, there's a lot of that type of weird stuff. Yeah, and pets are suicidal on the docks. It's just weird. That one, I haven't looked into it, and I think that one's going to take a bit to figure out.
Now, speaking of code suicide, because that's exactly what can happen in Max 2, it's a really wonderful tool, but there are problems. And so, for instance, what I would normally do, because I can't easily see the polygons and where they join up behind these other solid features, and I want to make sure that this whole thing is solid, because as long as I can make it solid and all the vertices touch, and right here I'm touching not polygons but elements. So if I touch that element, even though they're separate polys, that element is all sealed up. It's all solid. Whereas these are not. And they should be. They should match here, and they should be. But because you can see that white line, it means they're not properly connected. Normally, what I would do in this case in Max, and I'm going to hit save right now, because save and save often is your friend. I'm going to hit save right now because I'm going to do something that normally you could do in Max without a problem, which is to say, okay, I only want to work on these things I have highlighted. So what would I do? I would go say hide unselected. Well, there's a 50-50 chance that it's going to just completely... Oh, there it goes. Application error. An error has occurred, and the application will now close. Do you want to attempt to save a copy of the current scene? No, I don't. Why? Because it will create a corrupted scene that I would then have to go back in time and download. So, or I should say download an uncorrupted one from the past. Instead, I'm going to say cancel, and because I did... Oh, no, I don't want to send a report to Autodesk because they will never care. Yeah.
So while you're doing that, I'm going to show, relaunching, I'm going to show them what I'm doing.
Sure.
If I can figure out how to do that now. Yeah, over here. No, it won't give me control. Give me control. Maybe I have to... Oh, there. Yeah, okay, resume presenting there. Okay. It's not presenting the right thing, I think. Stop presenting. Present. Present now. No, this. Share. Okay. Now. Why is it telling me about your... Okay, whatever. It's confused. Okay, so while Scotty's working on the meshes, I'm actually in the prefab. So the prefab is when the meshes are imported into Unity and put together, so you actually get something you can see and actually walk through and all that stuff. And then of course we add a third layer to that, which is the icon and the asset and everything. So that way, that's what you guys get, the deed that you could apply to a lot. So this is what the game knows to place when in the location when you claim a lot. So what I'm doing is I'm cleaning up the structure of the house, which is this all big long thing. And again, these houses were made way back early, so the organization in here is not very good. So I'm cleaning that up to our current standards of organization, so we could find things, and correcting rotations. So for instance, this one here, Unity claims that this bottom floor decoration surface, which will literally only be on the bottom floor, and it will show if I click on its parent. So that's the bottom floor, that green line there. It says it's twisted by 9 degrees, but it's not. So that's a Unity bug, and I'm zeroing it out. And if it really was off by 9, it would have we would have seen that green line move. So then I'm going to condense this stuff because they have it split up between these different things. And the reason why this was done is actually directly related to what Scotty's doing. When he works on the deco floor bottom mesh, like if I click on that and we have that green box, and I'm going to very quickly just say, here we'll look at the ceiling meshes, because now we'll see, for every floor there's a separate ceiling mesh, and that's all part of one mesh framework that's in that he's editing in Max, and then that's brought in. So when they first built this house, they literally dragged all the information directly out of the FBX, which is the package that stores all the meshes for the house, and then just populated it in here, and then created children for the deco surfaces, when they really could have put the deco surface scripts in the same container. This saves space, makes it more organized, less stuff for the CPU to have to think about when it's loading, things like that. Of course, we're talking minor, very minor savings per option. But once I do this to 200 houses, it will definitely save us a lot. And of course, I'm also making sure that the meshes are all aligned correctly within themselves in here, because I'm finding a lot of offsets. And if I determine that any of these are really wrong, and that one of the developers, when they built the prefab for the house, had to make an adjustment to the mesh location, then I'll turn to Scotty and say, hey, you better look at this. Because basically that means that one of our floors, or whatever it is that I find, just like those shutters that he was showing, right, the window frames, if they're shifted over and then we made an adjustment in Unity to fix it, then we need to make sure that both the max mesh and the prefab agree, so that way we don't have to have those deltas put into the mesh geometry, because that could cause problems down the road. If somebody goes in there and says, oh, this isn't 0, it should be 0. So we'll make sure it is 0 in the end. So that's what I'm doing in here. I'm cleaning all this up, so that way when he's done with his mesh work, and we import the updated mesh into Unity, we'll be able to go ahead and test the houses right away, and all the stuff will be updated. There was something else specific I was doing in here for the prefabs, right? Apart from organizational stuff.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember. But that's the whole point. As I go down it, I'll be cleaning it all up, getting it all in the right order, and making sure there's no extra stuff in here, things along those lines. So I'm on cleanup duty. So we'll go back over to Scotty's screen.
Okay, so what I had to do in here, if you can see this again, is I basically had to cut all those pieces that I really just wanted to keep visible while hiding the rest, but since the program is glitchy and has a problem, and is going to crash every time I do it, then instead I had to detach it from the main mesh. I'm going to have to reattach it later, and in so doing, I'm going to have to weld up any vertices that were originally shared by that, or the rest of that geometry. I had to bring it in here, and then I had to cut this piece up. I had to first of all move these lines over here to match up to this, so I can join those vertices together, and then I had to subdivide these edges here like this, and move this over with preserve UVs on, so that I can slide this up and down without messing up the texture mapping. And so now that I have that in place, I can actually weld those vertices together, and then I can cut 2 more lines that I have to cut as well. So right now, those are 3 vertices right there. 3 vertices, which means that these things weren't even welded together to begin with. Right there, where it looks like this one, is 3. And I've got to weld them together. And normally, instead of trying to weld them, sometimes welding them will work. There we go. That's vertex 9. Sometimes, though, it doesn't want to weld. And when it doesn't want to weld, I have to do something even more extreme. That should also 3 vertices, yes. And when that more extreme thing is collapse. And collapse will do the same thing. And now there's only 1 vertice. And that's important. There needs to be only 1 vertice. And now you can tell, looking from the back, that line will no longer have light passing through it, because you cannot see the line from the opposite side. You still can see these lines, though. And that means I must now cut. So I have to cut. I have to create a vertice right here. And that means I now have to cut. And so I have to cut from here all the way over to here. I need to zoom in so I can see what I'm cutting. And I need to cut right along that line as close as I can get to that vertice. But that vertice is lying to me. It's acting like I can cut to that vertice, but I can't, because that vertice is not shared by this face. Instead, I have to cut along this edge, and I'm going to cut as close as I can to it. There it goes. And now I can weld these vertices together. There are 2 vertices. That tells me I've done it correctly. I hit weld, and it should go to 2, but oh look, it doesn't. It's not going to 2 vertices. Why not? Well, there's no reason it shouldn't be able to. It looks like it's sharing all the proper edges. I'm going to try to collapse it now. There, I collapsed it. I couldn't weld it, but it let me collapse. And now you know that it's okay, because you are able to see that there's no line going from here to here. I don't like that there's lines between these 2. There doesn't need to be. Those vertices should be welded together, and so I'm going to weld them right now. And it let me. I should be able to weld this one too, but first I need to cut. And once again, I've got to cut from here all the way up as close as I can get to this point right here along that edge. Now it's done. Now I can turn off cut. Now I can select those 2. It's not going to let me weld, so I'm going to have to go ahead and collapse. Boom. And as long as I'm close enough, me welding isn't going to mess up the UVs. It's not going to mess up the polygonal architecture of the whole thing. I can go ahead and weld these 2 now. Good. Now those lines disappear. So now I shouldn't be able to see any sunlight through those welded things. But now I have to go ahead and put this back in here again, and I have to unhide by name, and I need to unhide the exterior again. There it is. And now I have to attach this back to its little mother, and which means I have to select this. Since I didn't change the material on this, it should just add back to it without telling me to combine materials or anything. So I'm going to attach, and now I'm going to touch this, and boom, it's attached once more. And it still contains the name of its mother, which is important. And now that I've attached, there are only so many places where it might, need to have vertices welded, but I'm going to go ahead and weld all the vertices here. If anything will let me weld, I'm going to weld. So I'm going to hit the little thing to weld. It's telling me they're originally 1,468 points, but if I weld just under the circumstance of 0.001, it's going to get rid of 13 or 63 points. 63 points that each one has to be considered for the purposes of rendering it in our game. Didn't need to be there. I'm going to weld it all.
Right. And that's, would you say you're doing 1.1?
It's 0.001.
Oh, 0.001.
They were literally living right on top of one another.
So, and in the terms of the distance, because again, the houses, right, are we measure everything in meters in the house. So these meters are, these houses are what, 15 meters wide, if I remember correctly?
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. It's 15 or 16, something like that. So 0.001 is like really literally 1 centimeter.
If not less.
Yeah, if not less, right.
Tiny.
So these, so basically when he does that, he's saying that any points that are that close, just almost on top of each other, are the ones that would be merged. Now, the interesting thing is that if any of them are directly on top of each other, they actually could create a vortex, an infinite loop in the game, which we actually found recently in one of our items.
Yes.
So doing this type of cleanup like this will definitely improve performance.
Yeah. And that's the hope. That's the hope. So now that that's that way, and I've messed with this thing, I'm noticing some strangenesses here that I don't like. Like you can see these back faces. This one right here is dark. This one is light. And the light looks like it's doing something strange. I need to check to see if there's something weird here going on. Well, this is acting like this whole thing is one giant piece, all interconnected. And that tells me that it's very possible that I'm only seeing 2 smoothing groups where it's saying that lighting should be on this thing. I don't like that. The smoothing group should be based on directionality. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select all of these things, and I'm going to clear all, and then I'm going to auto smooth. Oh, yes, look, it has 4 smoothing groups now. And if I deselect, you'll notice that face is no longer lit weirdly. Smoothing groups are important. And the problem is that some of these things, when I went in here and looked at the smoothing groups, a mistake had been made to where everything had been given one smoothing group, which basically is saying no matter what it's shaped like or how polygonally intense it is, pretend it's a sphere. And that the light should just move around the whole thing like it's a sphere. And that ends up looking terrible. A lot of the LODs were given a single smoothing group when in fact they should have been auto smoothed like that to let them figure out what smoothing groups they needed to be in. So anyway, so that having been done, I'm going to hit save, just in case we get a crasharoonie happen again. I don't want that. And now that that's fixed, I can move around the back where I saw those 2 other things on the outside. Luckily, this shouldn't be too evil. If I look at this, then I can see right now where it's messing up, right there. All that little jumble of junk, and right here is me literally seeing through the mesh into outer space, or into the stuff behind it. That's not okay.
Galorn gave you a pat on the back for a great job because it's a lot of tedious work.
It is a lot of tedious work, and I thank you for that. I appreciate it. We all do the best we can, but when this stuff was originally made, there were problems, and there were methodologies of the way things were made that just didn't quite make happiness here. Yeah. So what do I do to fix this? Well, in this particular case, there's not a lot for me to do except to try to weld them together. These 2 verts, if I weld, they don't want to weld, but I can collapse. Oh, no, it doesn't even let me do that. And so I have to figure out why. That means there's some geometry here that's wrong. It shouldn't work like that. I'm going to move this here for a moment. Oh, yeah, that's what's going wrong. Here's this wood with a face where you'll never see it. Right there. You'll never see that face. But yet, if I do move it, it reveals the fact that this, the one right beside it, is hollow. Hollow completely. There's no face there at all. There doesn't need to be a face. And you see how it's messing up my texture map there? Right? That's what happens when you don't have preserve UVs turned on. If you do have preserve UVs turned on, then there's a different effect that happens when you start moving it around. The UV unwrap stays where it is, and that moves around. The geometry moves around. That's preferable in most cases. But yeah, because of the fact that this thing right here was a board that, let's see if I can go ahead and select that poly in there. I can move the whole thing over. As long as I have preserve UVs turned on, I can move this over this way. It doesn't mess up the texture mapping, but it exposes the face that no one cares about. And the face that no one cares about can be deleted. The problem is that there's no interior face on this one either. And so the most I can do is I can delete this face, and I can bring this thing back closed again. I can select these edges, and I can move this in close enough again. I can actually overlap them, right? And then I can weld some, at least, of these verts. So I can weld these two together. And if I hit weld, it works. And I can weld these two together. And if I hit weld, that should work as well. And it did. And that's great and all. But one of the things I need to do now is we can't be having any space now seen. So I'm hoping, yep, that's hidden by that. You'll never be able to see it from up top here. You won't be able to see up through that from below, although if I zoom in really closely, you can see there's space right here. But that space is, it's space between those two lines, but they're overlapped, so we won't see sky. And then the same probably goes with these. Yes, they're overlapped, so we won't see sky. The same probably goes with these. Yes, overlapped, no sky. So, with that being the case, that part is fixed. Fixed enough. I mean, if I were to have built this mesh, it would not be like this, but, you know, we take what we have and we can kind of make the best out of it. Where was I seeing that? Oh, I can see it right now. That is, that's a hole that leads out to the sky. There's no polygon there except the polygon of the plaster wall that we're seeing through that hole. So what I was seeing before was either the sky because I was turned this direction far enough, or I was seeing the white plaster because I was turned that direction far enough. Either way, that's no bueno. So what needs to happen is I've got to go ahead and grab this edge and see if maybe I can just tuck it in just enough. So let's see what happens. If I move it, okay, that's good enough. Now that will make a little bit of wackiness with that wood, but that's okay. That makes it look more like natural wood. What it needs to not look like is I can see the sky through it from down below. And look, it's not even fully touching the surface. So even with me having fixed it, I can still see through it. So guess what needs to happen? I've got to pull these down. I've got to pull these edges down. And is this an edge too? Yes, it is. Now, there's a tool in Max that lets me pick a border. So instead of picking edge by edge, I could pick that whole border. And so now I'm going to move that border down until it is, there we go. It's sunken in. Now, from below, I won't be able to see it. These two borders here, though, here we go. These right here, I don't need to fix. This is just a little bit too close to this. I don't like it, and I'm moving it in just a little bit so that from the ground, I wouldn't be able to see up its skirt. So now with that fixed, I fixed everything on the outside that I was able to visually determine by eye. If I were building this from scratch, I would not have this long wall this way, but it's forgivable. I'm normally these row houses are smack dab against one another, even when they're not, and you might be able to see the side. They are, there's probably other things around nearby. You're not necessarily holding a torch there and seeing a difference between this lighting and this lighting. So for now, I'm just going to say that's good enough for government work. And now we're going to move into the interior spaces. So that was just the exterior getting fixed. I'm going to save that. And I'm going to now hide it as well. Hide selection. And I'm going to unhide by name and go on to the next thing. The next thing is the interior. And the interior stuff that has to be fixed. So let's see. There it is, the interior. I'm going to unhide that right now. The interior collision we'll get to later, but first I'm going to fix the problems that I saw. I'm going to start with the top floor and move all the way down. Oh, actually, you know what? There was one other thing that I wanted to fix, and I need to verify that by looking here. Yes, so that's all stone. That is all stone here. There's no wood. That means the wood of the exterior. So let me hide this again. Actually, no, I'm going to keep it there because I need to see the exterior at the same time. I've got to close those gaps. And so I'm making the decision now that I'm not going to move the entire exterior. I'm going to go ahead and close the gaps as I find them. And it's probably easier done just playing around with what we see around the things as opposed to moving the entire shell, which will offset it from the ground. So, because if we move the entire shell, we also have to move all the collision shapes and decoration shapes with it. And I'd rather not do that for this particular fix. So, here's what we're going to do, unhide by name.
Did I
Exterior
hijack
shell.
the screen for a sec?
Yeah, feel free.
All right, cool. Let's see here. This. Check now. This. And share. Okay, so. Oh, I see we're going there. Expect we're on the right page. Okay. So let's see here. Galorn had asked. Of course, now that screen is covered up. Galorn had asked, does any of this have to do with it raining and snowing in the houses? And that's actually more on the side that I'm working in the prefab. There is a specific collision that's made, and here we got this rain collision.
Yes, and that's in Max also. So
yeah, exactly. It's a collision that's made in Max, but then it's implemented in the prefab. So as you can see here, basically it's covering the house, and it's just a copy of the mesh that makes up the peaked house, right? Whatever the
yes,
gable,
the peaked roof, yeah,
the gable roof. And it's another copy of that's put there, and then has a special script that's added to it that gives extra collider information that will prevent the rain from coming into the house. Now, there's a couple of things here. On some houses, we have rain because the houses are too tall. It was discovered, I think it was actually discovered around 2018 or 2019, somewhere around then, why some of the Lord of the Manor and the 5-story and up houses were still getting rain, even though a rain collision really still did exist. And it turns out that basically if it's too high up, then the game will basically it'll stop the rain for a certain distance, but then it'll rain on the main floor. So in those cases, multiple rain collisions will be put on, basically between floor 1 and floor 2, floor 3 and floor 4 at that point. And if it was optimized, we would probably need one between floor 2 and 3, and then one on the roof. And that just gives to make sure that as the game engine works, it knows that it shouldn't put weather on any of those floors. So that's the short answer of it. It's height bound, and That's why there's still some of the houses that have it for one reason, because they're too high and there's not enough rain collision there. Others, the collision itself may be shifted or obviously not present, or some other defect, like where things aren't welded or something along those lines. So I will return to you, sir.
Well, because of that same problem that we had before, I can't hide polygons to try to see what I'm doing in here, so I had to detach them. And now I can hide the stuff that is selected. And that leaves behind these things right here. And what these are the polys up front, both internal and external, that may or may not have an issue with separation. And so here it is right there, and I can see where they're separated. I'm going to start with the top row because I know that they're separated first. Or I should say, I know that they're the worst separated, I should say. And so I'm going to go ahead and go in here, and I know that the one I need to pull is this one right here. And in this case, I don't necessarily care about preserving the UVs because I'm just going to pull them a little bit. And I'm basically just going to pull them until I see that line sink into. There we go. Now we won't see the problem gap any longer. I need to do the same thing over here, although that looks like it's already sunk in. So that's good. Looks like that's fine there. And what about that one? That also looks good. Just to make sure, though, because I don't want to even begin to, I'm just... I'm going to go ahead and convert that to edges, and I'm going to delete the selection here, and yeah, it looks like it's sunk in, so I'm not too concerned. So there it is, sunk in, makes me happy. Now I'm going to go down to this next floor here real quickly. I can see that's evidently stuck out. And I'm going to sink that in as well. Boom. Yep. And I'm going to sink that one in as well. I can see that it's sticking out from it. There we go. Stuck in. And that one too. All of them. Every single one of them. Okay, so that fixes that issue. And it looks like there's no issue, as I recalled from the one below. So that's all good. And now I didn't have to move any of these other shapes. So now I can convert to editable poly. Now it's those two pieces. And I can unhide by name. And it's going to unhide the interior and it's going to unhide the exterior right now by both. Now I can reattach these things. So I can go ahead and grab this. And say attach the exterior, and convert that to an editable poly, which is basically just kind of resetting it and making sure that everything I just did is baked into it. And now I can grab every single one of these vertices again, and I can say weld, and this time, there we go, look at that. It's 300 extra verts. Got welded because I had to separate them basically. So boom, they're welded, convert to editable poly, and now I can hide this, hide selection, and now I can do the same thing to this internal one and say attach, and boom. So now it's reattached, convert to editable poly, and now I can grab all these things and I can weld these again. And isn't that great? Saved a good 700 polys, or 700 vertices are now gone because they've been welded together.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Well, I'd never done the interior.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't done the interior. And the interior, and again, notice how it's all funky looking here? See that lighting there?
Yeah.
But that lighting is smooth. The lighting that I mentioned to you before, where it was kind of weird and messy looking, and I needed to hit, I needed to say edit and I still am going to do it. I'm going to say edit mesh, edit poly, and convert to editable poly.
Right.
And it actually looks like it did help it, or it did fix some things, because some things were already messed up. And that's what I just did was just a little trick that you have to do every once in a while, because sometimes Max freaks out and it starts to disrespect the lighting model in the thing, and it starts doing funky things to the lighting models on a per vertex basis that can be seen in the editor, and when you play the game, it looks terrible. But now that I've done that, I'm also going to go ahead and select all these things, and I'm going to say clear all, and I'm going to go ahead and say auto smooth. And there's all 4 of their smoothing groups. And then,
you've got a reminder to save.
Oh yes, believe me, and I do say save and save often. But what you don't see me doing in the background, it's almost at this point in time, it's almost like a second nature. Like every 3 things I do, my hand goes.
Yeah, and it's so minor that you don't see it in the screen.
Yeah, it's just so fast because I have learned my terrible, terrible lesson.
So a reminder, guys, if you haven't already, please put the prize phrase into the game chat. That's any chat, Whispers, Universe, Party, Zone, whatever may have you. So that way we could run the prizes. So I'll give you a few minutes here, and then we'll do a prizing.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm going to continuing to do the deep dive into this. Remember that little stray poly I mentioned? Oh, yeah. There it is right here. Oh, what is it? I don't know. It's stuck in the wall. It doesn't need to be there. It's not attached to anything. It needs to go to hell. So, I get to delete it. Bye-bye. I'm going through and doing the same thing to everything. Again. Oh, look. Now I can see it. Like, what's going on here? You remember I was walking in the house before and I didn't see it? I did not see an attic. Then what is this? What is this? How is that possible? Steven, do you have any idea?
Why it's in the mesh, but
yet I'm not seeing it in the world.
I know, I have no idea.
Why on earth would that be the case?
Unless that's another. Can you highlight that box and then disable that face? Maybe there's another face right under it that's actually just a big solid square or rectangle.
What face? This?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when I was walking around in the game, I looked up and I didn't see a hole here.
Right. So, like, what I'm saying here is, like, I mean, again, I can see it's only one line, so the mystery still remains. But, like, let's say if there was a second line here, so in the game, the texture was covering the whole thing because this is another layer of mesh above it. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
but obviously, it doesn't look like that's the case.
No, it's just it's a thing. I mean,
Yeah.
it's in fact the deletion of faces. Like, so here's what I'm wondering. I mean, is it possible? No, that can't be. I don't understand what that could be. So here, I'm going to go back into the editor. I've got to look. I've got to see.
Yeah.
Because that makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Right.
So here we are. That's the 3-story thing.
Yeah.
This is where it is. Did I just miss it? No, where the hell is it?
So far, the 3-story house has given us the most weird issues.
Like, what could that possibly mean?
Well, let me look at the prefab for the 3-story. I just need to save this, what I'm doing. And let's see if maybe somebody didn't use the right mesh for that, which is possible.
That would be incredibly bizarre.
Yes, it would. But hey, Occam's razor here.
Because, I mean, the mesh is a 3-story mesh. Like, is there another 3-story mesh that could somehow be?
No, I don't know. I mean, it's the interior, so I don't know. I mean, it could be. Just looking.
Yeah.
All right, this one here. All right, so now I have it up on my screen.
Okay.
Let's go inside and go to the back here and look. I see it.
What are you seeing?
In the editor. You see the square? So it's kind of weird that it's not showing up in. I mean, it's not showing up. I mean, I'm looking at the same. Like I should be seeing the same thing you're seeing.
So you're seeing a square, but what do you? Okay, hold on. Let me. So here I am. There it is, the 3-story.
Right.
I see
Oh, there it is.
polygons.
That's it right there.
But there's no hole. In other words, there's a polygon here.
Yeah.
Why is it not letting me pick it? Ugh.
Well, there wasn't a hole in the thing. Wasn't it just texture?
No, it's a hole. Hi, hole. It's a hole.
Well, all right. So I'm confused. When you were in game, you didn't see the hole at all. Is what we're saying.
Yeah, when I was in game, I didn't see the hole at all. And in fact, when you're looking at this, there's no hole here.
Right. It doesn't show the 3-dimensional box.
It's like there's a plane in front of it, but I'm not even seeing the mesh. What's happening?
I don't know. That's weird.
What could that possibly be? Okay, so here, let me actually select the interior. Okay, I've selected the interior.
It's a skylight. That's what's being suggested.
A skylight, but it's the most amazing skylight that has no... So I've selected the interior. So check this out.
Yeah.
I've selected the interior. This is the interior that is in the prefab.
Right.
I've selected it. Mm-hmm. Notice there's no geometry for a hole here.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. What's the name of that? Let me see here. I'm going to find the right one myself.
That's Soto Row House 3-story quarter village interior. What in the name of all the gods is that?
Yeah, that's weird.
How is that even possible? So if I look at interior collision, even in the interior collision, there's no
box, right?
Box or not even a polygon. Like what were we seeing? Okay, let me look up deco ceiling. Okay, we're seeing that. See this shape right here that you saw?
Yeah.
That's just where it's the square poly that's obviously been... That is the deco ceiling mesh, which we cannot see.
Oh. All right.
So somewhere, at some point in time...
Oh, you think maybe somebody did delete it and didn't save it in Max?
Didn't save it in Max.
Oh, yeah. That's got to be the only answer.
Oh, God. Good Lord. And they also didn't fix the mesh of the deco ceiling.
Yeah.
And by the way, this deco ceiling mesh didn't include the hole. So even back when it did have a hole, if you hung something up in the hole, it would have floated off the surface of the deco surface like it was floating in midair.
Right.
My God.
So somebody acknowledged that the hole was there, but just paved over it anyway.
Yeah, they paved over it visibly, failed to save it in Max, and we're left with this hokey dokey bullshit right here. So this is why I'm doing this. Let me go in here right now and fix this, because no more hole. The hole gets to go to hell. You get to go to hell. So what I do with that is I grab that worthless hole, I increase my poly count, I delete it, I then cap that outline, that border. When I cap it, it will adopt the texture mapping and UV of that thing. And now that I've done that, I'm going to totally get rid of these points, because no one cares and they don't need to exist. But I also want to grab that whole roof real quickly. Can I move it up? Is it attached? Okay, good. It's not. So I'm gonna move it up Z 5 meters. There we go. And I'm gonna move it back down 5 meters in a moment. What I'm gonna look at is, did it keep any of those verts that were on the side, because it obviously went to a side piece. But no, it looks like that vert got away when I got rid of the other stuff, so I'm good with that. Okay, that's good. So that roof gets to move back down, and yeah, okay, that's happy. Okay, so that has been fixed. But if I fix it in that, it means I also have to fix it in the collision shapes. So I need to unhide by name. I'll go ahead and hide this one. Hide selected. Come on. Hide selection. And now I need to unhide by name. And what do I need? So that was the interior. So I need the deco ceiling interior first. Let me unhide that. Oh, look, there it is. Hi everybody.
Hey.
What do I look like? Oh, so you never could deco that upper part anyway, or maybe that part was taken away and that was saved. I mean, there's no telling the number of times someone went in here and made changes and either saved it or forgot to save it.
Right.
Either way, that needs to go to hell. So what has to happen is that this deco ceiling piece. They obviously didn't save it because you saw the deco ceiling piece in the other one was there. It had a polygon in there.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So they didn't save it then either.
Yep.
When they made that change, so that gets capped. This kind of polygon you see right here, the reason why that has to get cleaned up too, is that this polygon is a concave poly.
Oh, that's not that nice.
Games don't like that. They don't like concave polys because they want to. It wants to join vertice to vertice and not have concavity in it. So either way, this whole thing doesn't need that. So I'm going to go ahead and select this polygon, all the verts that go with it, and I'm going to remove those verts, which will clean up that whole roof and now make it a single polygon.
So I figured I'd work on the house that you were actually actively working on, so that way, it makes more sense.
Oh, sure.
Because I was working on the 4-story, so I decided to skip to the 3-story.
As long as we don't screw stuff up working on it, I'm good.
Yeah, no, it's fine, but it just makes more sense as I'm looking at it, But in the prefab, there's an interior collision, and then there's another interior collision that's missing a mesh, and it's just not doing anything.
Oh, why?
I don't know.
And that's just part of the prefab?
Yeah.
Just an extra.
Just extra.
An extra collision that's turned off.
No, it's not turned off.
It's not?
No.
What is it doing?
You know what that means?
No.
Every time that this particular house is loaded in the game, it spits out warnings.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Because it's missing a mesh.
That's so groovy.
Yeah. So we'll delete that.
Yeah. Okay, so there we go. That part is fixed. Deco ceiling. That's only interior. Let me get out of subobject mode and hide that selection. Now I need to unhide by name the. Let's see. That was the deco ceiling, but now I need the interior collision. Interior collision. There we go. Unhide. And oh, I'm in luck. That interior collision shape does not have the trapdoor in it because it never assumed anything was ever going to brush up against the ceiling and collide with a hole. So, yay.
Yep.
That's good. Okay, so now I need to hide this, and I need to go back in. Hide selection, and I need to unhide what I was working on already, which is the interior. Okay, interior and unhide. Okay, so remembering what I had done, I fixed that ceiling up in there, got that done. I fixed that part of the fireplace that had that extra poly. I've fixed all those polys on the front where the windows were supposed to start touching the interior, so that's fixed. Now I need to fix these. So I'm going to go in here. I might as well do all of them at once. And I'm going to, ooh, I don't like that. That usually is a sign of polys that shouldn't be there. Oh, isn't that nice? There's some doubled up polys there, everybody. Isn't that cool? That's cool.
Yeah, it's always fun.
That's super cool.
All right, let's do a prize drawing. Give enough time to do the phrase.
Oh.
So I'm going to do a prize drawing. And don't worry, I'll just read them off so you don't have to,
Cool.
I'll mangle everything. And these are still surprise prizes. I don't think we're actually. I think we've selected what the prizes are and everything. So if they haven't been mailed out from the live stream, they will be shortly. But since they were a secret when we did the live stream, I think we'll keep them secret now. Okay, so get back onto here and find out. I will read these off. So, Treasure Pile wins prize number 1. Congratulations. Kazan Falentier wins prize number 2. Gravity wins prize number 3. Irish Eyes wins prize number 4. And Shatul Aventari wins prize number 5, which is our theoretical grand prize for the drawing. Congratulations. So I do not want to put extra burdens on Lainey, so I will be delivering these prizes for this stream myself, since this was a unscheduled stream, and that would just be completely unfair for me to just give her a whole pile of more prizes to deliver. And no, I'm not delivering them now. I'm waiting until the end of the stream. Stop. Alright, so, the other thing I forgot before when I was explaining what I was doing to clean up. I mean, I always clean up the hierarchy first, right? Because then I find these duplicate things, turned off stuff like those default shutters and doors that, are there just because that's how they brought them into the game from the mesh, and then they made them into prefabs and, put them where they need to be.
Right.
So they left the original ones in there, and they're just taking up space. Literally memory and disk space when you load the game. So get rid of it. So that's first thing. Reorganize the hierarchy. Look for things that are skewed a little bit, like by 0.00 whatever the hell on rotation, things like that. Clean all that up, and then validate the locations and placement of everything. But then the textures. We're sweeping through the game as we touch stuff. So my main job here now will be to touch the textures, check to see if they're in the right format. If they're not, I convert them in Photoshop to the right format, resave them, optimize them to shrink the amount of space being used on the hard drive from them, which will also make them clearer. And then we will have them in game, and we will no longer need to compress them. Because just like JPEGs, PNGs are technically already compressed. They're just not optimized. So what does this mean? The PNG contains the entire palette of all the colors. And if your PNG is literally black and white, you only need 2 colors in the palette. So you could reduce the size of the PNG by a ton. And then there's other tables and things that could be stripped out as well if they're not absolutely necessary to the rendering of the PNG. So in general, what I've seen is about a PNG that's about 500K will be reduced down to 16K or less. So that's a huge savings, especially if we go through all the textures in the game. So basically, for everything, when we're looking at these houses, the wall, it's actually representing 2, possibly 3 image files. One is the texture itself, the visible, color and pattern and everything that you're looking at that makes up the stucco wall or the wood or whatever. Then there's the normal file, or what's also known as a bump file. Well, I shouldn't say also known, it's kind of similar, but it's not the same thing. That makes it, that gives it a little bit of three-dimensional aspect to it. So even though you have like let's say a 2x4 that's obviously three-dimensional in the fact that it's 2x4, the grain of the wood would not, it would still look drawn on without a normal map. And then once you put the normal map on it, it actually, if you're looking at it, you'll actually see what looks like the wood having grains and dips and furrows and bumps and things. So it's a optical delusion, but it works. So anyway, those are two, and then the third one would be I think the most common would be the specular, which gives it some shine. So if it's a metallic object or something like that. So all three of those will be about the same size, and then we run them through the optimization process, and then all three of them will be approximately the same reduced size. Things like the normal map, like I said before, they're actually just various shades of purple. So a ton of, even if you had something very colorful, like let's say a Yule stocking that has reds, greens, blues, and maybe even shades of colors in it, that texture file will be larger than the normal file because the normal file only has two colors. So anyway, that's the next step after I clean this prefab up. Make sure that it's all still operating and nothing shifted around, and it's all prepped up, ready for Scottie's texture changes. Then I will go into the system, find all the materials, and clean them up so they are, well, I'm not going to say not blurry, but a lot less blurry. Because right now the game, a lot of the textures in the game are using compression at a lesser quality, or what we call lossy compression, which allows blur to come into the picture, and was deemed acceptable based on performance problems that were happening in the early days of the original company that worked on the game. So at this point, we're able to, there's new technology to optimize all this stuff, so I'm using it, and we're going to clean it all up. Overall, it'll reduce the footprint of the game, which will allow us to grow the game again. So don't expect to see your client shrink specifically. But with a smaller physical footprint on the disc, you will actually get better, clearer textures in the game as well. Then the third aspect that I'm going to do is clean up the LODs. Anybody who has one of the perennial coast, it's like 3 or 4 story houses will know what I'm talking about. As you back away from it, windows on the second and third floor disappear, and then as you go a little bit farther back, some of the walls disappear, but then the windows come back, things like that. So basically, the level of detail files are in general not really implemented in the best way. Being political, yes. So what I need to do is I need to go through the whole structure of the prefab, all those different things in that outline format that you saw before, and create one LOD group at the top, and then apply everything at the right places and adjust the distances for every level correctly, so that way it shifts from the high quality model to a lesser quality model when you're far enough away that details like the peeling of the paint on the outside of the stucco row house, it doesn't matter because you wouldn't be able to see it anyway. So it'll eliminate the quality, it'll reduce the quality down, and then go even further away, and it'll either get lesser quality or disappear completely. And the interesting thing here is that on the outside of the house, that depends on where you are. I mean, if you put a row house out in a POT that's one of those grassland POTs, then you could, you physically could run halfway across the POT about those things are like 500 meters square. So you could run 100 meters, 200 meters away, and then if there's nothing blocking your line of sight, you in theory would still see the houses there. But of course, at a certain point, we're going to decide that it's better for the game's engine that the house just poofs out of existence. Because in most cases, you'll have a whole bunch of houses and trees in the way and other things. So by the time you get 100 or 200 meters away from a row house, it's not going to be in your line of vision anyway. So, and this is where we have to make some judgment calls. And it's a slider, so we can always adjust it and tweak it if there's issues down the road. Then the interior, as Scotty's been showing, right? We have an interior mesh and an exterior mesh. So the interior mesh has LODs as well, but why? So, you're never going to get far enough away inside the house for any of the LODs to activate. So, and if you're outside the house, you're not seeing anything from inside the house, except for maybe through a window. And if you get far enough away from the row house to invoke LOD 1, the first level of lower detail of the row house, you're not expected to be able to see in the house anyway at that point. Right, Scott?
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, and again, this is since the LEDs exist, I'll have to make some decisions as to what I'm going to do. But my feeling at this moment is that the LOD 0, the high detail interior, will be there, and then if you get, let's say, 2 row houses away on the outside, let's say you have a row of 5 row houses. So if you walk down that row and 3 row houses away, I'm going to cull it. I mean, I'm just going to turn it off, because when you're walking around in Brittany alleys, and I 2 examples, of course, in this game I think we all know, Arteris and Brittany alleys both have a ton of row houses. In fact, Brittany alleys has 158 row houses. I have a row house in there as a player. That's where one of my accounts claimed a row house, and it's been there for like 9 years now. Whatever it has been since persistence. And where I am, if you run down that street and then take a left-hand turn to head towards the center of town where the fountain is, there is a spot guaranteed you will hitch, and you'll freeze for a second and then you'll keep going. And I can't guarantee that this is going to eliminate this, but I am pretty damn sure that all these interiors, if they were properly culled 3 row houses away, then that's like, possibly, depending on what I find the LOD settings are, it's possible that there's like 100 row houses that your client is trying to manage the interiors of when you're nowhere near them. So this is the type of fixes that we're applying in addition to the work that Scotty's doing.
And I just uncovered a house of horrors.
All right, I'm going to send you back. Well, actually, I think I was just talking. Yeah, so you still have your screen. Go ahead.
Well, if you were just talking and they were looking at me on the screen, they're seeing me dismantle this house on nearly a poly by poly basis. Because what I just discovered is, however he made this, I have found, in some cases, 2 layers, which you couldn't really see because they were texture mapped in the same way. 2, sometimes 3 layers deep of excess polys.
Oh, man.
Yes, I'm having to go delete them by hand, which means I'm having to grab them and I'm having to move them off to the side to reveal the ones that are hidden underneath. Some of them, and I know that they're not like, because some of them are like broken up in different ways, like they're, cut into tries or whatever it is, and it's like, wow, okay. So like these right here, I just had to move out of the way, because I was just going to move them in to fix what need to be fixed, only then to discover that they are literally layer upon layer of extra polys. Like when he was building it, he accidentally cut and paste them and in place, and then they just kind of are Because remember I said before when I was like, oh wow, here I'm going to go ahead and weld these together, and it welded together a whole shitload of verts.
Yeah, 700 something, right?
Yeah, well that's because a lot of these things were layered on top of one another.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's super awesome. Okay, so now these need to be moved back in. There we go. That's where they sort of go. But now I'm going to offset them just a little bit.
Yeah.
Until they live there. There we go. That's just enough to hide the problem area. I've already fixed those parts right there. Now I need to check the top. See? And I can tell immediately because as I do this, you can see the hidden polys underneath. So now what I need to do is hope I can selectively pick the ones that I can delete. But first, I'm going to have to move this out of the way. So I'm going to move this -5y. Basically, every time it was looking at parts of this house, it was drawing them twice, even though you only get the benefit of seeing them once. So see,
yep.
that all that mess was on top of itself. And these are just separate little things. They're just these separate little things. And I need to look, what is it giving me? It's giving me the top and the front, but it's not giving me the bottom. This is giving me the bottom and the front and the top. So that can probably stay there. I'm going to go ahead and move that. I'm going to offset it.
So you're saying is that there's a good version in there and there's other crappier versions that are missing things that are malformed.
Yes, that's exactly right.
So here's something. How did that go in the Matrix? I don't know what the lead up was, but when the Oracle says to Neo, if you think blah 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 that, this will really melt your noodle. Or
this will really curl your toes. Or
so here's the thing. You see what this example, what we just found. This is just explained. I've been talking about this thing, these discoveries. Not obviously that specific one, but just in general, we've found that this stuff has been going on for about 4 months now on stream and saying, yeah, we're working on all this. It's like at this point, I got 3 different major projects, like the LODs alone and stuff, right? But here's the thing that will really cook your noodle. That is the house he's working on is the default house. So when you claim a lot, this is the house that shows up.
Yeah.
So that means that
Super
the bulk
cool.
of the houses, like in any towns where if it's an NPC town and the houses weren't claimed, this is why the performance problems were going on in the beginning. Back in 2016, 2017, when the land rush was going on, and that's when the textures were dialed back to be a little bit blurry, so that way they weren't as demanding on the client systems, on your computers, and everybody was complaining about the hitching all over the place. This is this is one of the probable major reasons why all that is happening or was happening. It's obviously a lot of optimizations have been done in the meantime, but I don't know why nobody bothered looking at the house meshes, because this is significant.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. And so now I had to basically move everything out from where it was, figure out which ones were the good ones, and then move them back in. And still, most of these aren't even attached. Their vertices aren't even attached. So I'm gonna turn that to do that, and I'm gonna go ahead and weld all of those. Yep, 8 vertices need to go away now. And now I can move this whole thing back in 2.5y, 2.5. And now it's sort of back where it needs to be. I still don't like that, though. It still looks like it's on top of something, because there's that little bit of whatever that is. What is that? What is that?
Where is it?
Well, see that little white line?
Yeah.
What is that white line?
Oh yeah, because you selected the whole object, right?
So I'm going to move it back to where it was.
Oh, that's the top of the wall then.
The top of what wall, though? There's no wall there.
Oh, that's not a wall there?
No, this is the wall that should be there. See this?
Yeah, okay.
This is just some edge that has no existence in reality. but it has a beginning point. See, there's no mesh associated with this, but it's attached.
Yeah, there's a square
to that.
Right.
Why? Why is it attached to that? In fact, what is it attached to?
Right.
Because if you notice, here.
It absolutely has no texture on it?
Yeah, there's no texture. There's nothing. Oh, wait. Oh, no.
That's why you're not seeing the hatch.
No. I was just seeing the back of a poly.
Okay.
I was seeing the back of the ceiling. So that's all that was. So,
I see.
But you have to be careful about that. In other words, because and why do I have to be careful with that? Because there's the ceiling there, and this is why it should have never been built that way. This is the ceiling there. This is which makes this poly right here, these polys that will never be seen by the player or the game. Because why?
But it'll draw it, calculate it, use up CPU clicks.
Yes.
Do all the math.
Yes, it will. It will do exactly that. Because I guarantee you what these were before, and I'll prove it because I'm going to select all of this right now, which is all joined together. And I'm going to move it back to 0.5 meters. Right? Now it's back in place. That poly is literally pressed up like a pancake against the ceiling. It would never be seen. You don't get to go up in the attic. And so what really should have happened, and I don't have the time to really spend doing this.
Yeah.
Is these polys up here shouldn't have existed, so I'll get out of there and Control Z. These polys don't need to exist at all. I'm just going to delete them, right? Mm-hmm. And now I'm going to move this over.
Right, because that's all you really need is the L that would be visible in the space.
The game. Yeah. And I'm going to move that back, and I'm going to move it exactly, There we go. Now it's back into place, and now you can see, that. Oh yeah, there's that bit of the ceiling, but that's okay. That just means that if I look up at the ceiling there, I won't see light. I also wouldn't see light if the ceiling was made to directly intersect with the top of that other geometry, but it's not. He didn't make it that way.
Right.
So I really can't spend the time to fix it. It would be ridiculous of me.
Right.
These kind of things should be a little better enclosed, or at least, if not better enclosed, and they're just intersecting polys, which is fine. You should not be having, and I can see it all here, all of it, like all of this right here. Oh yeah, and see, look, and I can tell it's from a different batch of creation because these things I'm touching right now have see, look at that, look at this. Do you see that?
Oh man!
And what I'm leaving behind is split. It's split polys which got triangulated in some other pass at some point in time by someone.
Yeah. So and the lighting is hitting them differently because of it, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I guarantee you it is.
Right. Just to insert a statement here, right? So like I said, this is pass of correction, like we've talked about the housing project in the past, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to fix visible bugs to the players, and obviously if there's something there that, like Scott, you can see Scotty's doing is like we're fixing things that can somewhat easily be fixed, so we're not spending a heck of a lot of time on one house. Right. There's obviously, if we just let Scotty do what Scotty does, it would take double the amount of time that we're working on this house, but the house would come out absolutely perfect because Scotty, right? Now, the point is that it's important to remember that the amount of improvement and optimization that's being done on each one of the houses that we're touching by fixing the bugs, the bugs that everybody's reported and complained about, but then in addition, things that we found like multiple verts and double layers of objects and polys and stuff, stuff that we can definitely clean up, is going to be very significant. So anything that's left behind,
oh my God,
the more difficult it is to fix it, the more minor the impact would be. Although, of course, it would be great to go back one day to clean that stuff up. The main point is, this is phase one. fix existing houses, and then we're going to, we're fixing this existing row house, and then we're going to be creating a brand new row house that we don't have restrictions on as far as moving walls and and stairways and windows and blah 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 blah. Right. So the house will be revamped, new textures, new everything, whatever, and then we'll be putting that up for sale, which will help fund the continuation of working on the houses, fixing them, and then making new versions. We're not talking about like we'll throw a slap of paint on this thing. The row house we've talked about, and this is of course work in progress, so don't take this as a static thing, like it's not in stone. A version of this row house will be open floor plan. Then there's another version of the row house where the wall, that front room, I think everybody knows what I'm talking about when I say that front room on the second floor, that's really basically a walk-in cloak closet. That wall, in one of the new versions of the thing, there'll be an availability of a room there, but that wall will move back. And then there's some other surprise type ideas that we have that we won't talk about yet, that will give you some ability to customize the house a little bit better as far as space. But the point is that obviously the footprint of the row house can't change because they're row houses. They definitely touch each other. But we'll be able to change the interior and then some of the exterior decorative features. So basically, fixing this is important because otherwise we either have to start a new house from scratch, or we would be taking an old house like this and reworking it anyway to get to a point where we can make a new house. So this way, the players who already have these houses, and when I say these, I mean, eventually we're going to go through all the stuff, will benefit from the fact that all the outstanding bugs will be fixed. Right? Assuming that they can. If there's a bug in there, sometimes we run into a bug that you just can't fix. But for the most part, these big bugs should all be fixable. Especially decoration surfaces. Scotty has the same theory of operation that I do for decoration surfaces. That if there's a surface, it should be able to be decorated. So we will be adding decoration surfaces where possible. I think it's important to note that when we release this house for, this set, right, the 4, 3, and 2-story was the wooden plaster row house, which again is the default one when you claim a lot in an NPC city. When we release them, we're going to pass them through a QA test, and everybody gets to, put in any bugs they find or whatever. But assuming that we get to a point where we say they are as bug-free as we can make them, they will be marked bug-free. So anything that you guys find, like saying like, oh, I wish that we could get a deco surface, because you said you could do deco surfaces everywhere, so why isn't there a deco surface on this thing? That's going to be a wish list. So that way, we'll address it, but it's not going to be a bug. So I just want to make sure that's understood. All right. Sorry, Scotty. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Believe me, I'm just looking at this and trying to deal with it without going insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, because,
Allium says, adding a secret door under the stairs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I have to say that Scotty and I had some conversations about secret doors, was it yesterday or day before yesterday? Something like that. So
yes.
Yeah. So
we talked exactly about that.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, and I want to, but I can't say anything out loud about it. This is it'll give it away, and the thing is that we don't even know if we could do some of the stuff that we talked about yet.
Right.
But if we can, it's going to be cool. I mean, after all, this is Ravalox and Scotty.
Right.
We are very, very strange people and have all sorts of weird, goofy ideas.
Oh my God. Oh, why? Why on earth? It doesn't need to have a polygon there. It just doesn't. What is that? That's just over the. That's just over the floor. Why? Why? Those polys don't need to exist. Why are those 6 vertices? You go away. The meticulousness of this is stultifying sometimes.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, it's just the meticulousness of this is just stultifying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
How did this happen? Okay, weld. .5. Yeah, you're going to hear me kind of be silent here as I focus just to remember everything that I need to fix in this area that I'm finding.
Science. You know, it occurred to me I could, the windows, I could, the shutters, let me see. Yeah. So, this is an interesting thing, right? So, remember I was talking about the LODs.
Uh-huh.
There are 5 levels of detail for the exterior of the house. LOD 0 through LOD 4. LOD 0 being, of course, the detail version.
Right.
And then the farther you get away, it steps down through those LODs. And that's actually good, and we could do that because the cost, by the time you get to LODs 4, the number of polys and the cost is so little that we don't have to cull, you know, the row house like I was talking about before too soon, right?
Right.
We'll still do some quality testing in QA, like in our Green Acres scene, to see, you know, how far is practical and should the row house even exist at that point. But it's the only thing that has LODs. So the windows, which are the windows are technically behind the shutters if the shutters are closed. The shutters don't have LODs, and the windows don't have LODs. So they literally will pop out of existence depending on where I put them in the LOD group. Otherwise, they'll stay high poly all the way out. So what I'm thinking about doing is literally creating planes for each window that are black. So that way there's a solid black mass there. So as you go away from the row house, it's not like all of a sudden you see the inside because all the shutters and everything disappear, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And, and I can make, like LOD1, I can make them brown so they look like they're the shutters. And the farther you get, well, I can leave them brown. These things brown anyway. But anyway, you get the idea. Like I could basically make very low cost planes, so it's just 4 verts in a, one surface. That's it.
2 verts, 1 cup.
Yeah. And so we'll improve it that way, and then that way, I could do it. It'd just be very complex LOD juggling. I was thinking about it before for like the interior space. LOD 0 is like where the interior would be, right? Right now, LOD 0 on this house is visible. Sadly, it does this in percentages, but oh wait, no, I got the grid, so I can tell you. That's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 meters away from the house. The interior is still being painted.
Yeah.
And it can't be seen. And keep in mind, these houses are 16 meters wide. That means there's 7 row houses between you and the farthest interior of the house that you're not going to see, that your client is still loading. So this can be improved upon. So what I was thinking about doing is basically, LOD 0 will be all the interior stuff, and I'm going to shrink that down. So as I said, maybe so like 30 meters away. 16 and 16, like so 32 meters away, that type of thing. It'll disappear, and my numbers must be wrong because right now I must be more than 50 meters away from the house, because this is definitely not that far. It's definitely farther than that. But anyway, LOD 0, I'll bring it down to a spot where all the stuff that's not outside the house, right? Like fireplaces, anything that we have baked in will disappear. We'll cull it. We'll just turn it off. And then LOD 1 will technically be the outside LOD 0.
Okay.
And then just shift everything off and I'll have to make additional LOD segments, right, in the group. And that'll work. That's one way to do it, right? And then as I said, then I'll add in some kind of flat, there's a brown squares over the windows, so that way it looks like the shutters are closed and it doesn't look like it's a ghost house.
Right.
And that'll handle that. And I could put that. I could leave those in LOD 1 and let's say LOD 2. Technically I could put it in all the LODs because we have the house drawing in all the LODs. So I don't know because in all the LODs that the windows are still, the holes are still there, right? We at no level do we ever just make it a plain stucco and rail face, right?
Right. I believe that's correct.
Yeah. So that's what I'll do is I'll add in the prefab. I'll add these brown squares, so that way that it won't look like something stupid is happening.
As opposed to something that doesn't look stupid, still nonetheless happening behind the scene. Like, for instance, what I'm doing right now. Every single one of these red polys you see, doesn't need to be there.
Oh boy!
And these are dozens and dozens of polygons.
Yeah. And I stress, this is a surface level check of this mesh. That's what I was trying to get at before. We're doing what we would consider a surface pass on the house, and this is all the stuff we're finding and how long it's taking. You imagine if we made the house absolutely perfect in the mesh, it would take forever. Cat Dude says, "Have you achieved GM statuses in meticulous coding yet?"
Meticulous coding.
Yeah.
Thank goodness I don't touch code.
So. Well, programming is a relative term in some cases. You know what I mean? It's like the stuff we're talking about with LEDs. Some people, it's engineering of it.
Right.
So it's, I worked in one of my previous lives in another corporation. I came on board because they needed an expert in what I did, and one of the lead support person there said, "What we do is data entry. What you do is programming." And I wasn't coding, yeah, but I was technically filling out forms too. But the forms had way more complex mnemonics and stuff, so it was encoded.
Right.
So yeah, but yeah, I mean, Scotty and I have a very similar, well, if not identical, really, work ethic, right?
Yeah, and it's mixed with an almost identical level of anal retentiveness, which can be both beneficial and harmful. It's a double-edged sword.
Yes, it is.
Because this obviously worked for years, being as messed up as I'm finding it. Mm-hmm. But it also can potentially have been the source of problems that we just don't know, and we won't know until we clean them up.
Right.
And I'd rather start with the clean mesh if I'm going to make some new houses out of this stuff. I mean, because, look at this. I mean, I just fixed the top floor. I haven't even gotten to the second floor yet. Right?
Yep.
I'm still messing with this. And I'm still having to make sure, I'm not forgetting anything. I think I've, like that, right here. That doesn't look like it's doubled up, but that needs to be pushed in. I hadn't quite gotten to that yet. No. Oh. It's so finicky. It just needs to be pushed in just enough to where you can't see it, and then you do the same thing on the side too. Just enough to where it can't be seen through. Come on. And do you see it kind of snapping like that?
Yeah.
It really shouldn't be doing that. That's probably a sign I need to shut down and restart Mac soon.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought that would be it's like in Unity, there's a feature, the snap is like 0.006 or some bullshit.
Oh, right, but there's no snap turned on.
I see.
You turn on snap on or off. The only snap that's on here is if I were rotating it at a certain angle.
Ah, okay.
So the fact that it's getting jumpy...
Memory leak.
Is memory leak stuff. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Loads of fun.
That's exactly right.
So while we're doing all this stuff, do you guys like this type of stream? I mean, I know obviously you're here, so you must, but...
Either that or we're torturing you and you somehow can't escape this madness that we're doing.
Yeah. The mere possibility of possibly we'll do another prize drawing is making them stay, That's
oh, God.
So, obviously I've been saying for a while, I mean, I've done these in the past, back when I was doing some scene stuff and whatever, and every month I'm touching something different. I'm not going to stream code, actual coding, because that is way too boring. And if I talk through it, then I'm not paying attention, so that's bad. And then, of course, there's also a percentage of stuff that needs to be secret, because, we want to surprise you once in a while. But then you have stuff like this. There's an established project that we talked about, and there's absolutely no reason for us not to. Actually, we have had many a conversation where we're like, damn, we should have streamed that.
Right.
Yeah. So,
although sometimes that's like us learning about a tool that we wish we would have streamed. Also, because if we record it, then we can look back on it later and see what we did.
Yeah, exactly. So a number of things. So anyway, the point is, I mean, to some degree, these are deeper dives, and just literally, come watch us work. It's nice to have somebody to talk to while we're working. But if it's interesting, then and I know it is to a degree, and you guys were watching. I want to try to do more of them. I was actually just saying this to Scotty earlier today when we were starting to talk about doing this. I was like, I kind of want to do one because I've been talking about doing it, and I wanted to do at least an hour. And I think we're almost at that 1 hour, right?
Oh, easily. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, no, we've been doing this for almost an hour, 2 hours now, maybe something. I don't know, but it's been a while. Point is that based on the things that I'm working on, we'll say internally, right? Operations stuff and everything. I still have to build servers. There's I've spent a lot as you guys know, I've been spending a lot of time at the data center, and it was luck that I was here at Scotty's house when the game server went down the other day, right? That was on this trip. So
yeah, you just happened to have gotten there the night before.
Yeah, so I went down there, Aline woke me up, and okay, yeah, we'll do another one. Yeah, so I got woke up and I just threw clothes on, ran down there. Scotty's house is about half an hour away, if that. Actually, depends on the time of day. And I was lucky. It was 7:30 or so in the morning on a weekday, and the direction from Scotty's house to the data center is heading towards the city. So it was actually very lucky that I didn't run into bumper to bumper traffic. But made it down there, got in. I had some suspicions of what was going to be the problem, and I swapped out some hardware, some power supplies. Well, one of the power supplies was orange or yellow, so I knew that it was going soft. It had an error light on it. So I replaced that one, and just to be, we have cold spares. So a cold spare means that it's powered down. It's just sitting there on a shelf, basically. So I replaced the second one, just that way they're both cycled through, and then waited for a few minutes. Everything was stable, fine. Left. Literally was a block away from Scotty's house when I got the ping saying the server was down again. So great. So I went back, and this time I didn't take a chance. I actually swapped out the computer. The servers. There's a certain number of our servers that are embedded. So basically, they're in one big chassis, and they're like card cage slots that you could slide in, almost like your a PC at home, but obviously a lot more massive. So I pulled out the game server and threw in a spare server, and immediately I found out that the RAID array was flaking out as well. So fixed it all up. It only took a few minutes, no big deal. But basically, either the power supply was, caused permanent damage or inconsistencies on the motherboard, which caused the data controller to get screwy, or the data controller itself was what was really bad. But obviously the machine was locking up every once in a while. So swapped all that out. Hopefully we won't have that problem now. And in the medium term, I will be replacing that entire hardware structure, so that way we won't have that problem anymore, because we'll be going to some virtualized hosts. So that way, if anything goes down, I could be up in Dallas, where I live, 3 hours from here, and just hit a button and swap the server for another server that's on another piece of hardware. So we'll, in fact, I mean, again, I know I'm just digressing here, but in fact, there's a possibility that I might bring back, in the very beginning, Portalarium had 2 live game servers that were set up in a redundancy, and they're not there anymore. And I asked Chris about that, and it was kind of not really, he was vague and not really knowing why it was removed or something, but the configuration's there, so all I have to do is actually put some other stuff in. So that would be the most ideal, is that the server watches the other server, and if it goes down, then the other one takes over. That's called, that's a term we use in IT, highly available. So if we do that, people will still drop, but you'll be able to get right back in and continue. So with zero, technically zero downtime. So with all that said, I want to do more of these, and now that I'm getting some of the infrastructure stuff done and out of the way that I've been working on for like 6 months, I'll be able to sit down at my desk and do more of these things, which I consider to be way more fun and more interesting. Of course, you guys know I come down to Scotty's about once a month, and I strive to look over his shoulder as much as I can to learn what he's doing. And although I don't think I'll ever be able to master Max or even become a power user in Max, but the concepts I understand, and it has helped me to understand how the prefab should be built better, which is exactly what I'm doing here now. The theories and concepts are there, and I can edit things. So as time goes on, my hope is that I'm going to be able to get to a point where my workload isn't as high as it is now, and then I'll be able to sit next to Scotty as he's working on one house. I can work on another. I won't be able to find all those interesting things he's finding, but I could definitely fix like the bugs where you can see through the walls and things like that. That's where I want to get to at least. And then Scotty could always do a second pass on my work or something. So, that type of thing.
Yeah, it's all just kind of looking over each other's shoulders and making sure that we're not messing up.
Yeah, exactly, right. So with all that said, I would like to get to a point where I could do at least 2 work streams a month, and eventually get to a point where we're doing at least 1 work stream a month. And then, if any of the other devs on the team want to actually do a live stream on their own, they can. But obviously, doing this type of thing, we happen to both be in the same room right now, so. We have 1 mic and we're sharing that, and then we still have a Google Meet session going, so we can share screens back and forth like that, so we can toggle that through. It seems to be the most efficient way. So even if I'm in McKinney, up in the Dallas area, and working on my stuff, even if I'm not even working on houses, we could end up doing still the same type of thing, and switch back and forth and show you guys what we're doing and everything. So, and if this is viable, then we will strive to try to keep doing this type of thing. So, and I apologize for taking so long to getting back to doing a work stream.
Well, we only have so many hours in the day, and we only have so many projects we can kind of keep in mind at any one time.
Exactly. Right.
We do the best we can.
All right. If anybody has not put in the phrase "lava may be hot," please do so in game now. In a couple of minutes here, I'm going to run the prize drawing again and see what we get. See how many duplicates we get. It's on the coding side. I have a sheet of about 33 different things that need attention for coding. Yeah. So we'll be getting that done.
Oh, so painful. At least I can tell which ones need to go, because they're the ones that were split up into tries at some point in time in the past when someone, and you have to be careful when you do this too. If I right click and I convert to, if I converted to the wrong thing in here, it could like, I don't know if it's deformable or editable patch. Anyway, it triangulates. And so it's easy. It's so easy to touch the wrong thing when you're in here.
Right.
That I've made the mistake before in the past with other things. I'm super careful now. We got this installed on my machine. Normally, I would go in and I would get rid of things like deformable G poly and convert to editable patch, because I don't use that for anything.
Oh, you can turn off those options.
You can,
Oh,
and normally I have it turned off, but most people, like, Bob didn't necessarily go in and work with his interface and make it do things like that for himself. So it's very, very likely that
that's what happened.
That's what happened. Yeah. And I can tell anything that looks like this right here.
Yeah,
that shouldn't be there, and it's I'm sure it's attached to some garbage.
Right.
So I've got to remove that. See, there's a face still under there. Ugh.
Yeah. Okay.
Painful.
Yes, sir. Definitely. All right, I'm going to do it now. All right, I'm going to run the prizing right now, and I have to run a background job for the deployment of the login rewards. The files take about 15 minutes, 20 minutes to deploy onto the server anyway. So when you guys see, I think, when you, well, I don't know, I'm not going to say it, but basically it's a quarter to midnight. I'm running that now, so that way after midnight, the login rewards will work. So for May. And I'm going to go run the prizing. All right, prizing is running. We go up and do this. Okay. Okay, good. All right. And of course, because I deployed the back end, eventually you guys are going to see the whole, if you're in game, you'll see this instance is going to close in 60 minutes deal, on the screen. And of course, that's the hint that we did something on the back end. So when I deploy the rewards, that's every month, that's what you guys end up seeing. This one. I didn't hear it. Where? I didn't say I did something to the back end. Okay, let's see. That, and there is my... That did not go. Okay. See, I'm wondering if this is how I get duplicates. Sometimes the prize script runs, but then it doesn't actually output the results. I have a whole bunch of notes as to what I need to change on that thing to make it more resilient.
More resilient?
Yeah. Foolproof or less risk of breaking type of thing. That's an interesting thing. There are two words. Again, these are IT type of things, right? Redundancy and resiliency. So redundancy, of course, is like having two computers, right? The resiliency is having those two computers plugged into two different power circuits that are coming from two different power poles outside your building. That makes it more resilient, because even if a truck hits a telephone pole outside and kills the power coming into your building from the east, the power coming from the west is still up, and therefore your systems will still work. So that's one of the things what we're doing in the data center. I'm improving the resiliency. We have redundancies in power supplies. Every server has two power supplies. We have two power circuits, and those power circuits are redundant. So if the data center's power circuit goes down, then everything moves over and all that stuff. But we have found that there's some equipment
that the both power supplies were plugged into the one power circuit. So obviously that means the redundancy is not really, there for a very specific type of failure. So the breaker would have to pop on that one electric circuit for that server to go down, right? But if their generators kick in or anything like that, it would be fine. So it would only fail for one reason. So we moved that over. So everything is now balanced between all of Shroud of the Avatar's servers and equipment that can be redundant are redundant.
Which is good, when failure happens, you want redundancy.
I'm not getting... That was 2 in a row, and I'm not getting any output. There's my live stream, live streams. Prizes. Where are my prizes? Look at the logs here and see what the hell this thing did. I wonder. Oh, that's just lovely. It says there were 2 duplicates. It got rid of them. Wow. Oh, look at that. Interesting. Oh, yeah, it's crashing. Okay, that didn't work.
What's crashing right now?
Oh, the prize script.
Oh,
yeah.
Yay.
But actually, this is kind of revealing one of the things. The duplicates were actually handled here, and and that's why it crashed. But yeah. Okay, so I actually, this does put in here, so this is, okay, so again, this is to be expected right now because this was an unannounced stream. I just announced it once inside the game, and of course, people typing in the phrase in theory would trigger other players to say, "Hey, what's that?" But basically, what I have here is
sorrow on a stick.
Yeah. So I have some prizes to hand out, but it's not going to be 5 because I don't have enough players to hand out prizes. So Spirit Fury gets prize number 1, and prize number 2 will be Bullet. Before I say anything else, I'm not sure. I think that's the player. That's the character's name, right? Yeah.
Bullet?
Yeah, Bullet 6377. That's the character's name. Let's see what I got above here. I gotta paste these into the thing. So even though it didn't work the way it's supposed to work, the data was still here, so I was able to pull this out. Okay, yeah, and then we have Andrew Night Owl, and that's for prize number 3. Clarion Deralis is prize 4. And let's see what's going on here. So, and prize 5 is Devil Inside. So
every single one of us.
Was it those of us who are left, or how does that go?
Well, I think it was an In Excess song. Every single one of us, the devil inside.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we got our winners, and even though it's a little bit messy and confusing. All right, so going back, yeah, congratulations to everybody. Thank you, Sir Frank.
Yes.
Scott Jennings, aka Lum the Mad Trick Lotto System. Yeah. Actually, this isn't Lum's script. This is Undone. If anybody, anybody around from then remembers Undone, he wrote this script, and it actually looks like it's been working, but there's an exception in there. So, based on this output now, I could actually maybe diagnose it a little bit, do a little bit better troubleshooting on it, and get it fixed. So.
Oh my God! If you all are seeing on my screen still, good Lord, this was in all these row houses as well. This thing where basically the frame sticks out and of course reveals the nothings behind it. Yeah. But it sticks out for some unknown reason just into the room. Okay.
Why not?
Yay. Yay. So cool.
That's one of the things that I've been waiting to see fixed.
I know, it's just so hateful though.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know how that was possible, but
Well, somebody clicked and dragged.
I don't know how a lot of things are possible.
Basically. Yeah. Alright, so let's see now.
It's like 1 minute till midnight.
Do you want to call this at some point? Because I know you and I will probably still sit here for another couple of hours.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll sit here for a little bit longer because I want to fix this house before I go to bed. But,
right.
Or at least,
I don't think they'll complain. I mean, basically, if we get down to the point where there's nobody watching the stream, we could shut it off. But there's no real reason not to.
Yeah.
And
with that simple phrase, we've damned you all to our hell.
We have it looks like we have 18 people watching the stream.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed there's interest in this.
Yeah. And the thing is, this is all cleanup work. This is going to make the game what it, not feature wise, but functional wise, as far as performance and such, what it was meant to be.
Right.
Right.
Right, and I haven't even done some of the, I'm doing cosmetic fixes. Next I'm going to actually start doing, more horrific things. Which, I mean, and when I say horrific, what I'm really talking about is, I'm talking about things that we're hoping will fix, double draw issues and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay, this needs to go over here. And by double draw, I mean things like, if I were to look at this wall right here, there really is no reason why there's an entire polygon behind here that will never be seen drawn behind these pixels. Because basically, every time the camera has to draw the scene for you guys when you're in any one of these rooms, it's drawing all the pixels in this section right here twice. Because first it has to draw what it knows is behind the wall that never gets seen, and then it has to draw the wooden wall on top of it.
Right. And there's texture on it. It's the texture from above the wall, right?
Yeah, it's the texture of that whole piece that's red there, you see. Mm-hmm. The whole piece. And what I would hope to be able to do, I'm hoping I can do it, is, and I'll test it right now. But you can see it goes all the way around the room, that whole thing, and it's all covered by that wooden wall. So and it gets scary though when I do this, because sometimes I can only do it like once, because you start messing around too much with dragging around verts with preserve UVs on. You drag it once and it's okay, but if you try to drag it again, like, oh, I need to drag it some more, or oh, I didn't drag it enough, or too much, and you try to move it again, and then it messes up all the UVs.
Oh god.
So what I have to do now is see if I can grab all those verts that are on the bottom. I'm going to deselect everything above that bottom row of verts, and I know those verts are selected now because the center of its selection is down on the ground level with them. I don't like how it's offset though, and I'm hoping it's not offset because of problems. But either way, now with preserve UV on, I can pull up on it and I can look and see, is it messing up anything? Is it? It doesn't look like it is. And it looks like I can drag it up and down with impunity. So I can drag it just below the edge of the lip of that weird, thing on the wall. I always forget what it's called, but that piece of trim, basically. I can pull it right down below, and now you won't see through the wall, but it's not double drawing the it's not double drawing the texture.
Right.
So I want to do that over the whole building.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, well, and hopefully it will give us some savings. But it's not savings you'll see on a house-per-house basis. It's savings you'd see, again...
At a scene level.
At a scene level, hopefully. Because, even if you're within a certain distance of the buildings on the outside, it's still drawing the inside walls for a certain number of houses within a certain LOD distance of you.
Right.
And that means it has to draw everything that's hidden twice.
Exactly, right. And that goes to what I was saying, right? Because that's actually the interior, right?
Yes, this is the interior.
And the interior has no LEDs, and it was drawing it. I actually got to do the real math here and figure out how far away I was when that thing changed. Let me see. All right. I'm doing it right now. I'm going to figure out exactly how far I had to be.
Well, what is going on here? What is this?
There it is.
What is it doing? Okay, that's that whole... Okay. Oh, that's that whole section.
1, 2...
Oh, I can't. Okay, I can't. I don't think I can fix those. Maybe I can.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 30, 40, 50. It's 100 meters away when the interior turns off.
That's a lot of houses within your wherever you're standing.
Yeah, and that's a radius. Wherever you're standing, it's a radius away from you, 100 meters in all directions.
Wow.
So, yeah, this is definitely something that's going to... Between what you're doing and then my adjustments of the LOD scales and the methodology that we're doing LODs for the interior, it's going to definitely save a lot.
Yeah, and I hope that is the case. I would very much like that. Yeah, and see me I had to drag those faces just over just a little bit, so to hide the fact that this piece back here, see, I might be able to still see it through there, and I don't like that, and I don't want that. Yeah, it's just, ugh. Okay, so this has to come out. Just a little. to hide what's back there. There we go. Now if I click on this, now I shouldn't be able to see it through there. No, I can't. I can't see it through there. I can't see it through there. And I can't see it there. Oh, maybe a little bit. So it has to come out too. So this and this must come out just a tiny bit. Just enough.
Andrew Night Owl says, I do like watching Scotty. His attention to detail is really important, and it's just a love that most don't want to do.
Yeah, and it's it's a mixture of love and sickness. It's an anal retentiveness that I can't escape from. I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight.
Yeah.
If I didn't do this.
Exactly.
But thank you. I very much appreciate the appreciation, because it sometimes, this kind of stuff sometimes feels like a thankless task, because most people don't know what goes on in the background to let this happen.
Mm-hmm.
And now with that, I can pull this up and it should not mess up. Oh, nope, I don't want that. This needs to go away. All those. There we go. Now I can pull up the bottom. And I can keep that from double drawing on both sides. Okay, there we go. That just goes down a little bit, just enough. There we go. So now that won't double draw on both sides, because that's where it was double drawing there. Double drawing on one side and the other, on either side of that wall, of that interior wall. And I can't fix these because these go all the way down to the ground. But there's no need to fix them because they're not double drawing. They are double drawing behind this, and I'm not going to bother with it, but they are double drawing behind each of these. Mm-hmm. Because these are just things that are stuck into the wall.
Yeah, yeah.
But you'd
actually add more verts and stuff, right? If you broke it up properly, yes. Which would be more costly than
it would be more costly, yeah. or it would mean no net returns on what I'm getting.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
So you kind of have to sacrifice in some areas to make overall savings. There's just no other way around it. Oh yes, that has to come out. Oh wait, does it? Nope, it may not need to. Okay. I feel pretty good about it, but you know what? There's no need to risk. You're coming out just a little. Oh. Come on. There we go. That's good enough. And same thing on this side.
What is going on here?
There we go. And the funny thing about this is that, the original artist, he was being meticulous in his own way. He wanted all the edges to be flat up against one another. And sometimes they didn't match. Like right here, you can see that doesn't match. And that's not okay. But he wanted them to be planar to one another, like perfectly planar to one another.
Yeah.
And that's not in the cards.
No.
For these. So it's better to intersect them in a way that they don't like flash with each other, they don't sparkle, by intersecting them at different angles, which is why I'm like pulling some of these things out. So this piece of wood looks like it goes down onto the other piece of wood, and you don't see the edges. But he really wanted to make these things right here, even though they're not technically attached with vertices, he wanted to make those exactly planar, which doesn't always serve you best. But, I mean, that was his form of anal retentiveness there.
Right,
Right. So it's just kind of, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And it gets messy here where that happens. So yeah, I don't like that. I'm not liking it. Go in and intersect just a little bit. Oh, there we go. Just enough. And I won't necessarily see that in the distance, hopefully. But I'm also seeing something here. Again, it's clicking too much, so I'm going to save this, and I'm going to get out of here and open it back up again.
No, okay.
Because it's been on too long.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what's going on
Now.
Okay, come on. Back up. Continue. There we go. And there it is. There's that corner. So if I look at it now and I grab those same edges, there they are. There's the edges. And now I pull them, then I shouldn't get that kind of click, click, click. It's not as much. Nope. Come on. Not what I want.
That should have worked. Where am I? Am I working?
And move it -X. There we go. Much nicer, smaller increments. That makes me happy. Okay. And now this. Can't see it from any real angle. Nope, that's actually something in. And I can pull the verts up. You go away, and then you come up. You come up, you preserve UVs, and let's come up right about there, right about there, a little bit lower. There we go. Good enough. Convert to edible poly. Okay, that is the top floor taken care of. And just to be safe, grab these again. Yeah, see and this is the thing I want to avoid.
Yeah.
I don't want them. I don't want them coming right there to this edge. See this right here? Those little white dots along the edge tell me that it may be that under the wrong circumstances, I'm going to see up through. They're trying to join up perfectly, and that's not what they should do. That's just not what they should do. What they should do is they should go above that geometry to the point that there's a little bit of overlap. Deselect all that. I want it to go above it just enough so that it doesn't possibly allow for leakage, light leakage, which means it must go up above it just the tiniest amount. Just like that. That's enough. Okay. Protectable poly. Giant sigh.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I get to do the same to all of this stuff on this level. Is that it? I think I did. Okay, good. I did that. I did that level. And I don't need to do that down below. Fix that. I think I fixed this. Yes, I did. And now I can bring in this. And that should be 15 meters along X. X15, -15. And there it goes back inside again. And now I can pull up the bottom. Okay. Go away. Okay, it's all on the bottom now. And I'll pull it up to like maybe Maybe right there. Okay, no more double draw. I can't do that on this inside where the stairs are because that plaster goes all the way down. So that gets to stay. That inner trim gets to stay. But I might be able to do it to those in the same way I did it to the ones above. Let me see now. Oh, no, I can't. I can't because unless I disengage those verts, which I don't want to, it'll create more seams that could be open. So, you know, that's exposed plaster. That is exposed plaster. And that is exposed plaster all the way to the floor. So I can't do that. I can only do the outer walls.
Yes, Andrew, that's exactly the point. Yeah. So he says one floor hours later. If players ask why it takes so long, I hope that player finds this stream.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the idea behind doing these types of streams, especially specifically for this project.
And I've really only. I mean, this is the harder part because it's the visuals that players see, and it's the visuals that the graphics engine must draw. But I have done these floors, but I haven't done any of the collision and deco surfaces yet. That has to come momentarily. So those two must be dealt with. Those luckily aren't as intensive though, because they don't have materials on them. They don't have texture mapping, UVs, any of that. So I don't have to worry about messing them up. I can, I can fix their dubiousness with greater abandon. But now that I'm here, I'm checking in between in the empty spaces in the walls to make sure there's not a bunch of abandoned geometry in there, and I'm not seeing it, so that's good. It makes me happy. But now I have to check this front area down here to see if there was any. I worry that there's polys. Yep, polys on top of each other. So fun. What am I seeing here? Are they just duplicated completely? Looks like they are. How many times are they duplicated? Okay, that's solid. That's solid, so I can move that whole thing out. 15x. 15. Is it complete? It looks complete. Okay, so what's left? What's left needs to be deleted as far as that stone goes. That. Okay. That's just funky and unnecessary. That looks like it's complete. Oh, look at that. Oh, what the hell? I can't keep that.
Oh, that looks fun.
Oh, God, I can't keep that. Why? What in God's name is that? Well, the rest looks okay, but that looks just... Yeah. I can totally go in the game. Well, it looks like this, however. Oh, wait, you know what? I think I know why.
Why?
I think I can fix it, though.
Oh, okay.
Let me go back. Let me go back. And let me turn off preserve UVs before I move them. I may be able to salvage that. 15x. Turn off UVs, 15x. Now I get to look at it. Is it still messed up? No, it's not. Yay! That was just a little error on my part. Thank goodness.
Good.
I had to keep that in mind. I mean, preserve UVs is great unless you're moving stuff around that is just not happy about it. Because normally you don't want to move polys when you have preserve UVs. You want to move vertices around.
Right.
And you can actually watch it happen. Here, I'll turn on preserve UVs. I'll grab this thing and make it to where you can see the actual texture map and watch what happens as I move it. Oh, I hate life.
Oh God, that's horrible.
Yeah, and it doesn't do it immediately. It at first it looks like it's okay. So if I'm moving small amounts, but the more I move it, the more it hates reality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's good for small movements and small fixes like I was doing earlier. It's not good for giant movement, and I moved that sucker 15 meters. So had to turn preserve UVs off. But that doesn't mean I can get rid of this stuff now. This is no longer necessary, nor is this. Bye-bye. Okay. Yeah, that will go back in now. But I've got to check these to make sure. Oh, yep. See, look, there's some cut UV, or there's some cut polys there. That means that these are no bueno. Yeah. And what about this one? That's also no bueno. And I bet you that has a top to it too. It sure as hell does. A top that does not need to exist in this universe. Yeah. The top that no one will ever see and yet draws anyway. Because that's how it do. Is that on top of itself? It looks like it is. It's on top of something. Oh, yes it is. At the bottom. No, that's not. That actually looks like everything is okay with it. What are you attached to? Okay, you're good. You're good and you don't have a top. Yeah, that means I did my job right earlier. How about you? Did I fix you correctly too? I fixed you, but you have a top. Let's die. Goodbye, top. And that means this guy probably does too. Oh, you're a failure. Yes. You do not deserve to exist. What about you? You, I think, do deserve to exist. Yes, you do. Oh, come on. Yeah. Not you. Need to go bye-bye. Okay. And you good to go. Bye-bye. And you. Bye-bye. You to move out negative 0.25. Why? No, that's not right. Negative 2.5 y. There we go. And you get to go away. You two polys get to go bye-bye. And I believe there's some hidden polys right there. Where are you? buddy. You good? Oh, looks like I got you. That's good. Okay. Go back in there now. 2.5. And how about you? Are you doubled? No, you're not. Okay. Are you doubled? No, we're good. Good there. How about you? Oh, you doubled though. Yes. Doubled and hateful is what that was. Doubled and hateful. Okay. Go bye-bye. What about you? I bet you're doubled and hateful too. Oh, and you're broken into pieces, which means you super suck. Ugh. Why? Okay. Negative 0.25. This is one of the complex ones. Whoops. Negative 2.5. This is one of those complex ones that for some odd reason, whatever he did long ago broke it up. Ah, that's the one I want to keep. Oh, see, this is the one that has 3 levels of crap on top of itself. Why? Okay, so that one needs to go. Oh, here, -5. -5, just to make it even. There we go. Okay, you go away. You go to hell. Wait a minute, what are you? What are you?
Is it putting the lotion in the basket, or is it refusing to do so?
It's not rubbing the lotion on its skin, so it's going to have to get the hose again. Oh, look at that. Oh, God, why? Why these shattered polys?
Shattered polys?
Yeah. I mean, you could look at them. They're just these shattered polys that have no merit. But there's something that was, I don't know, they're just something that was created at one point and got triangulated, and now it is. So there's these polys, and then there's these polys, and they're repeats of each other.
Oh, wow.
Like there were triple layers of polys on top of one another here. All of that needs to go away and go to hell. And now this needs to return 5Y5. And now it's back in place and happy again. God! Oh, God, I can't believe that. And it was accidental that I found this. So what this means is I have to go back to the others and make sure there's not things like this in those other 2 that I thought were finished.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've got to go back and make sure that there's not this horseshit, basically. Floor okay? The floor looks okay. Floor looks fine. The ceiling okay? Yes, the ceiling looks fine. Okay, let's... Yeah, that's fine. What is this? I don't know what that looks like. Yeah, why did you overlap that? Why didn't you just weld those verts? Why? Why didn't you just weld those verts? Why? Also, what am I looking at here? What is that? Okay, that's not a problem. See, these verts are welded. These verts are all welded. I think, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 welded verts. These verts should be welded. These verts have no business not being welded, so I can't weld them, or can I? No, too far away. So this is one of those cases where I'm going to literally just, it's going to split the difference and collapse them. 2 verts, collapse. 2 verts, collapse. And we're good. Those should have been welded all along. Okay, and it looks like that is good. No preserve UVs. Grab this and move it back over 15, negative X, negative X, negative 15. Boom, back in place. All that looks good. Just in case, because I was messing with it before, and I don't want to make sure that I didn't miss it when I was touching it. Is I need to touch the exterior as well, and then later I'm gonna have to check the rest. God, it was a half an hour to an hour fixing something that should never have been there in the first place.
Yep.
How many are like that, I wonder?
Just as a reminder, to help support the game and all the effort that we're making to clean it up, fix it, and expand it, you can subscribe. We have 3 tiers, $9, $18, and $27 a month, which give you varying levels of crowns and other bonuses. Just check that out on the website. If you could afford to update to a new tier, that would be very helpful to pay this sorry art dev here who is going through torture every day working on houses.
I don't want it to be torture. I really don't. Well, I'm thinking of it. I'm going to pull these windows up too, and then I'm going to see what's wrong with them. Here are windows. Where are they? Show me them. Oh, they're going to be hard to see, I bet. Especially hard to see because their frame is black, which means I won't be able to see it with the rest. Just change that color. How about bright pink or bright orange? Let me unhide my name. Windows, unhide. There they are. Boy, it sure looks like they're just one set of polys to me, but the only way I'll know is if I click on a set of them and then see what happens if I pull it away. It just looks like one set to me. It doesn't look like... Okay, now I'm going to select them, and it just looks like there's 2 polygons. So they're not sandwiched together. Here's what I don't get, though. And I wish someone could explain it to me. Like, what is going on with them here? Why am I seeing... Why aren't they each one poly?
Which one?
And even more so... Oh, I see why. That's...
Oh,
okay.
this is the Windows thing?
Yeah. Why are they 2 separate polys?
I don't know.
Like, if I were to grab this line and remove it, why is that happening? Look at that. Now I know why.
Why?
See, that's a different texture map.
Oh.
So they must have these mapped. In other words, it's not a tiling texture. So they have these mapped on a portion of a texture map. And so to create a continuous pane, they had to basically make 2.
Yeah, duplicate it.
They had to duplicate it.
So,
wow.
People in the peanut gallery right now, ignore what I'm saying. Just start, put your fingers in your ears. That's it. No, you didn't put your finger in your ear. Okay. So, is it possible that at some point they were thinking about making the windows openable?
I doubt it, because what I'm seeing here, that now that I saw that there's another texture map on it, it's typical to what I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's a texture where it has multiple texture maps on it, and the idea is you're only supposed to map to a portion of it if you're doing it. Not a matrix, I forget what it's called.
Index.
Atlas.
Yes,
That's it. Thank you.
And you're right. It is. When we were first looking at this, I opened it up, and there are windows for different style houses.
Yeah, that explains it. And so when you have an atlas like that, this is the only way because you can't tile it. Normally, if it was a single texture, it would tile in all directions, and you just do what you need to do. And I bet here, if I grab one of these right now. Yeah. And I'll just drag it with preserve UVs. We'll see everything that's on that row.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
And it's not look at how much other stuff. There's doors and other windows.
Yep.
So that's why they had to do it.
Right. And the thing is, sadly, there's a significant cost savings in putting all that in an atlas.
Yeah, there is.
So
a cost savings that because it's a material and because it's texture maps. Mm-hmm. It's actually more savings than saving verts or saving polys.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to whether it'll save on a texture map space or it'll save on verts and poly space, then the texture maps win out every time.
Yep.
Yeah. So, which is why we're going to be doing what we're doing as far as the texture maps go too.
Yep.
And those savings. So no. So they did it for that reason, not because they hoped it would ever open. And thank goodness, because that would suck.
Yeah. Okay, you can take your fingers out of your ears now.
But what I can do is I can now see what it's doing, and this you may find this of interest to you. So I've selected all of these, Stephen, from a standpoint of them being they're separate elements, right? And that's what this is. That means element. Mm-hmm. And someone asked earlier if there are special tools to do certain things, and there are. In this particular case, there's special tools so that I can rotate these things while also copying them. But right now, they're rotating around a single pivot point in the middle of them. Like, for instance, like this right now, if I turn these, it would copy them because I have it on, but it would copy them like that, and that's not really what I want. Also, I don't want preserve UVs turned on because that will mess up my texture map. So I turn that off, and instead what I tell it to do is instead of using the selection center, I want it to use the individual pivots of each object. Oh. And I want to have the angle snap turned on so that it turns it in perfect increments. And that will allow me to, again, holding down shift, they will each
rotate in place.
In place, perfectly aligned to themselves. And because I have snap turned on, it's turned them perfect 180 degrees. They need to be an element of themselves, so they're not turning into separate objects. Mm-hmm. And now that I have them there, now I can move them, because now they're facing the right way, right?
Right.
So now I can move those new polys, that little tatamuffin bit, because it looked like they moved it about the same width as the actual things here.
Right, yeah.
So I'll now move them out about that amount, just a little bit. Well, I will if it lets me do it. There we go. Just a little, maybe that far. And now it's as thick as the window pane needs to be.
Right.
Right. Now it's as thick as it needs to be. And now if I were to save this all off and go in, we'd see windows on the inside.
Yeah.
So, and that's how you do that. And so you're using several things. You're clicking the element, you're turning off the preserve UVs, and you're turning on use pivot point center of each individual element. And then if I wanted, I could go back to the other way to do it. But right now I'll just leave it on that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's it. And I told it to be an element of it, not a separate object that it's making. Convert editable poly. Okay, so that's that fixed. I can hide those windows. And I fixed this floor, this floor, this floor. All of this in here is fixed visually, with the exception of the walls, which the walls also, I think, can be moved up, with the exception of these outer walls here that are all one piece because we are exposing the stone in the door jamb and not covering it by this. So that doesn't get to move up. But those do. So I can take away these. I ignore back facing turned on, which needs to not be that way. So you're not going to do these. Besides, those have windows in them. And we will do these. And all of that. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, all that internal stuff should be fine. Okay. So we'll attach as an object, but okay, and I'm gonna reattach it. Having detached it, it's detached those edge verts, which is what I wanted. And I can reattach it. And now I can move those edge verts out. Boom. Okay. And we're going to do all those. Only remove those. And I'm going to move that preserve UVs just beyond the edge of that wall so I don't see any light coming through. I want to do the same on this side. Did it do it? Back facing. Okay, that's its own thing. Okay, good deal. And don't need any of those, and then this gets moved out just a scotch, just a tad of muffin.
Oh, it's funny. Allium actually said in chat the same thing that I was saying to you. Maybe they plan to make them openable. That's funny.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, definitely no thank you. But it definitely looked like it might have been the case, right?
It could have been. Well, I mean, to be honest, they're wondering the same thing that we wondered earlier. I wondered as well. I thought, well, we have opening shutters. Does that mean they wanted opening panes too at one point?
Right, right.
But whether they did or not, that idea went by the wayside, and for good reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if you had opening panes, you'd have to build them fully three-dimensionally. They couldn't just be flat pieces stuck in there.
Mm-hmm.
They would need to be true, fully 3D objects with edges on them.
Right.
And they were never made that way. So
yeah,
that would be a whole nother creation pass. Okay. Okay, I'm happy with that, and I'll be checking my work in a moment. Because it's nearly 1 in the morning.
Yes, it is.
And so I may want to go, so now that I'm finished with, for the most part, everything that's supposed to look right, then I'll start to do the pass for the deco walls and stuff and the collision. But for now, if I've fixed all the visual problems, then I will be happy. And now that we have that, we have that, which I want to see it. Okay, we have that. Yes, that does that. That makes me happy. This, we're not going to be able to really get the double. Well, would we? Maybe. Ooh, yeah. Okay.
What are we saying here?
I'm trying to make sure that I can, like, wherever I can, I'm pulling up the walls to prevent double draw.
Oh, right, yeah.
And some of these I can't, like with these, where the wall is exposed all the way to the ground, even though it's partially covered in some of the wood.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You know, I can't do that.
Because the wood is intentionally not there.
Yeah, it's intentionally not covering it. But in the places where it is intentionally covering it entirely, then my desire is to pull those walls up. And it looks like that is good. That's good. The front two walls can't, but the side walls and the back wall in that area can. And so I will convert that now. I will go on the right. Come on. And I will get rid of all those. And I will just move up the thing until it goes right to that edge. And let's make sure preserve UVs are on. I don't see it messing anything up. It's going to go right there. Good. You look at all the walls. Did it mess up UVs? No, it didn't look like it did. It looks all happy. And we will avoid the double draw there. I think it needs to go up a little bit more. And that's on the X. So I'll use the offset world here and just nudge it. Nope, that's wrong. It's not X. Oh, that's C. Okay. Just nudge it up. Get rid of as much double draw as I can. And that's it. It's as good as it gets for that. Good as it gets. Okay, convert to editable poly. Okay. Okay. Unhide all. Actually, before I unhide all, before I even check my work, I need to look at that. I meant to look at that front outside to make sure there's no doubled faces there too. So let me do that right now. Hide selected. Hide selection. And unhide by name. And that's the exterior. Exterior. Unhide. Oh, okay, good. That so far so good. How about you? Are you double twin trouble? You look like you're double. Are you? Oh, wait, no. There is some doubling going on. There has to be. Why? Why? What's going on here? I swear I'm seeing double faces. Yeah, those are double faces there. Oh, maybe in that case, because I was on the outside, maybe I accidentally fused them together when I welded those verts.
Oh.
That is possible.
Yeah, could be.
So
we just delete it and...
Oh, but that's a lot. I mean, I guess I could delete them and then re-weld.
Yeah.
Delete the faces and re-weld, but jeez. Like, is that true for all these? Oh, hell yes it is. No. No, it'd probably be easier for me to... bring the outside in from
another... From the 4-story?
From the earlier version.
Oh. I follow you. One of the previous saves.
Yeah. Because I don't want to.
Yeah.
But that didn't double. That's not doubled. So it's not something. Again, it's not something I did. See, these are split up weirdly.
Right. Well, it very well could be that some of the verse were just too damn close together. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but whatever he did, I don't know. Didn't do that one, and it didn't do these. I don't think. Let me see. No, it didn't. Did it do these though? Yeah, it did those. Dildos. And this is some complex stuff out front. I don't like any of that like that. No.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Back to what I was doing. Layout. Table collision. Shutters.
So painful. Painful French fries.
Oh, I think we could do better than that.
Okay.
We'll leave that way. I don't like it, but we'll leave it that way.
So here. So you know what? Actually, there may be an easy way to do it. Because all these faces that are the extra faces, usually most of them are broken up or they're not attached.
Mm-hmm.
So if I move this Y, if I move this -20Y, so -20. Oh, but it's attached. Yeah, it's still attached. It doesn't like that.
What's that movie when the guy, like Indiana Jones, where the guy's face is melting?
Yeah. Well, but doing this though, watch. Doing this though might let me do this.
Oh, select the verts and kill him?
Yeah, and then do this.
Like a rubber band, it'll snap flat again?
Yeah, although it's... What is it grabbing in here, though? What is it doing there? Looks like it's grabbing...
Hey, Neck Vein, thanks for following. So this is what you are watching, just for anybody who may have joined, who's not in on the the private joke here, I guess. You're watching Scotty, our art director, working on repairing houses that we have in our game, Shrine of the Avatar. The particular house he's working on is one of the very first that were made, and it's actually considered the default house. When you claim a lot, the row house is already there on the lot. We have a 2-story, a 3-story, and a 4-story. And there are some issues that need to be sorted out in the geometry, and we're doing this specifically not only to obviously improve and fix bugs, but once we get these 3 houses sorted out, we're going to use them as a basis to start making new and better row houses for a new generation.
That's right. Because it's a new generation of stuff that hopefully, for our purposes...
Less than efficient.
Yeah.
Will be... Yeah. Well, the new generation we're hoping will be much more efficient.
Yep.
Once we get to the point where I can start making them.
Yeah. So this is a developer's work stream. So basically, we're just doing the thing, hanging out. Most of the folks in the channel are in the game. If you're not, feel free to ask questions, and folks in the channel can answer them. Here, I think I can post the link, so I will post the link.
There you go. Yep, it's available on Steam and direct. You don't have to use Steam if you don't want to. You could download the client directly on the website. It's a free-to-play game. We have about 400 zones active in the game at this point. The game has a lot of custom type features. Players can own their own town. It's pretty much a sandbox. I guess it's just like I don't want to say semi-sandbox. It's like there's a lot of sandbox aspects to it, but there's also other aspects to the whole thing. So I'm not going to ramble on about it, but if yes, RPG. So yeah, check out the website. We have a Discord, and you could join the Discord. And these nice players who are hanging out here can definitely fill in the gaps that I'm not, because I need to get back to what I was doing. Okay.
Okay, 20Y.
Yeah, none of these need to be here. Okay. I have. Oh, what the hell is that? Oh, lights. Oh, that's the fireplace. I found the logs.
You found the logs?
Yeah, for the fireplace. Remember you were asking me about that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I clicked on the thing. It's like it looks like a rock or something. And I'm like, what is that? It's the campfire that's in the fireplace.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're in there.
Yep,
They're
yeah,
somewhere.
they're there. Everything's good there.
Yeah, see, like, I wonder, I look at this and go, where did these things come from? Like these polys are so awkward. These were hidden beneath. Why?
Good question.
Like, what on earth? I don't like it. Don't want it. They need to go away. Go bye-bye. I really don't get it. I really, really, really don't get it. 20Y.
Cool. Yeah, check it out. He says he's on mobile now, but he'll download when he gets to his computer.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's actually going on 12 years. We just had our 11th anniversary at the end of December. Yeah. And as far as release, I mean, it was released in 2018. It's the first development build was at the end of 2013. So, you know, it depends on how you count years as far as that's concerned. And basically, it's gone through a number of iterations of dev team. This is technically the third generation of dev team that's working on it now. The original team developed it up until release and then a little bit beyond. Then it was transferred to one of the lead developers. Took it over, and I've taken it over from that lead developer. So Alium Upa there is one of the devs on the team as well. Then there's myself. I am known by Ravalox, and of course Scottie here.
Hello.
And then we have other devs who are not here tonight, who work on the game as well. Of course, it's a small team, but we're at a stage now where we're ripping into old stuff, fixing bugs, and optimizing the game. So we've been talking about all night tonight is that this row house is a great example of all the duplication and stuff that we're finding in the mesh work is costing us performance. So
right,
and we have a zone with 158 of, well, not exactly this model, but the models that are probably derived from this base. Yeah, that's once we clean this up, the game should really get
a lot better as far as the performance is concerned. And of course, there's only a few scenes where there's that many houses in a closed space, but there's a number of different aspects that we have to fix with our LODs and texture quality and things like that. But we've identified about 8 different components, that would be projects. Like, so rebuilding the houses, or well, not rebuilding them, repairing these houses that Scotty's doing right now is one, and there's 200 houses in the game that the players can have.
Yeah.
Approximately, it's give or take. And then of course we want to build new houses. So this was the thing. We need to fix houses, and then we're going to go make new ones. Then there's the LOD system, which is not either entirely in place or misconfigured. So that needs to be swept through. And everybody sit down. There are 35,000 assets in the game. Of which, I don't know, I think Allium is kind of like the she's the statistician. She has all the information. I think that the players probably have about half that, so maybe about 10 to 14,000 assets. Meaning candles or sofas or plants or whatever. So yeah, this when I first started, I counted the assets in the game when I first got on the team, and then I just counted them in December, and we've doubled the number of assets in the last 4 years. So, yep. Yeah, it's possible. That's to say, I have no idea where our numbers are as far as that. We could run some numbers, figure it out. Maybe one day that might be a really cool thing to do. But yeah, it's the exact number is somewhere between 33 and 35,000, I think, on the number of assets. But of course, we're adding assets every month. So
right.
The game is still growing. We're still adding scenes, zones, and we have major quest lines that are still being worked on. Lots of stuff to do. As I said, that was only 2 of the projects that we've got to do for cleanup. Technically 3 if the texture optimization, which will resolve texture quality issues and increase or decrease load times as well at the same time. So anyway, welcome, and thanks for the bits.
Yes, absolutely.
And if you log in and like it, tell your friends, because so we do very minimal marketing right now because we're doing all the redoing of everything, so word of mouth is important right now with the game. But of course, I don't want to rely on that. And we're trying to increase income a little bit so we can hire some more devs and expand our marketing footprint. So. Thank you. Scotty's is the more interesting work. That's why he's on screen. So.
Well, and you say interesting, but is it though?
Well, apparently it is.
A lot of repetition going on here, and it's just so tedious.
I will tell you right now that the exterior collision. I want to get this up in front of me, so I want to say this correctly. Yeah, the exterior collision on this house may not be aligned properly.
Of the 3rd-story house, really?
Yeah. Look over this way for a second.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I don't like what's going on there.
Yeah, just glance over. You can see it.
Okay.
See it ends up there, and the collision's down here, and there are deltas I can't move them though. I mean, if I move them, I might screw shit up. So, I mean, we're gonna have to. This is one of the things we'll have to test when we import the new FPX and look at it. So.
Look up to the top though, like go up it and see if other features of that are, because we can't just judge by the bottom. Because if the bottom collision could be pulled down some, but if it's relatively matching everything else, then it could be that.
Yeah, I mean, but the roof itself,
well, the roof is just funky.
Yeah,
the roof is funky, and I don't know where that, like, whether it came from something else because it doesn't match perfectly. Like I was mentioning that earlier.
Right.
But as far as whether it like sinks into the ground a little bit, that's usually not an issue. Or at least not with houses.
But yeah, if you see, this is definitely below where the top of the wall should be. So, I mean, at least the way I'm looking at it. But, you know, again, it's just something that, I mean, down at the bottom, you can see it's definite. No matter what, even without isometric, you see it's lower.
Oh, yeah.
So, and the numbers, of course, show it. This 2 point whatever rotation is probably BS. I could reset that and the lines don't move, right?
Right.
But, I mean, the Y is 8 off. So.
But if it's 8 off in there.
Yeah.
Then that's not necessarily off in the max file, meaning that
right.
It could be moved in there for some weird reason.
Right, and that's why I'm like we probably should see what the hell's going on.
That's ugly. I don't know what's going on there. I'll have to look, but I haven't gotten to the collision yet, so we'll have to do that later.
No worries. Just pointing it out, so because obviously, you know, I don't know why they did it. All right, let me see. I'm gonna read some of the stuff here. In effect, says it's quite interesting, especially when Scotty's murmuring segues into sounding like he's casting spells.
God. More like curses in this particular case. Reach back my hand back into the past and curse slap whoever did some of the stuff.
Andrew Night Owl says, what you're redoing, you know, what you're doing right is like mining for 6 or 8 hours to craft new gear.
Yes, it's very much like that.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's just so ugly. And it's all because I made the mistake of like fusing those verts before I realized that anything was like layered on top of each other.
Oh yeah, before you check for doubles.
Yeah. I mean, because I didn't know. I didn't even imagine that there would be doubles until I happened to notice the Z fighting.
Yeah, why would you think, right?
Yeah.
Let me see. We got the turreted city house. Referencing the bugs that are there. Yeah, we know, absolutely, we know about that. What we're doing is we're starting with the row houses first because obviously they're smaller,
right?
Not necessarily simpler, but smaller. And as far as like this particular house, again, it's the 2, 3, and 4 stories, so it's one house but 3 versions. Have a relatively small number of published bugs against it, right? Like the one thing that we just fixed a few minutes ago, or Scotty fixed a few minutes ago, where if you were inside the house looking out, you wouldn't see the lights, you wouldn't see the wood crosses in the window, but you would be able to see it on the outside. So that was just a something that got excluded on when it was built and by mistake, so that's fixed now, right? Then there was another one where there was a stuck spot in the house, and we fixed that. That was yesterday. So those are the only 2 bugs that we actually found on this particular model house that were in the bug database. But everything he's doing now is probably going to fix any other bugs that either aren't reported or we didn't find, you know, that are still
in there someplace. So yeah, the house is going to end up being really good. So once we do these and get this done, then we'll move on, and we're going to keep going through all the houses. Originally, if Scott, if you don't mind, I'm going to talk about the mansion.
Sure.
Okay, so we made this mistake, and I'm taking this as a joint thing. We made the mistake of targeting the largest house in the game to work on and make a different version of it that was going to be smaller for for purposes, and it was definitely overwhelming. So that's why we regrouped and started saying, okay, this is what we'll do instead. So we'll fix bugs in the row houses, and then that way we could start making some new row houses, and move on and do some some village, some town, some city. And city houses are the largest houses that are in the game, apart from this one house that I just mentioned, which is actually technically a castle-sized house. The city houses in the game, for those who don't know, are the houses that would normally sit on a castle lot. This is that way you would have a backyard and a front yard. So the house is actually the size of a city lot, which is half of a castle. Or no, it's not. I don't know. But anyway, the house is smaller than the castle lot. The mansion that I mentioned is almost as big as a castle lot. It's absolutely huge. Keep lot. That's right. Yeah. Is it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the keep houses. Yeah. Well, anyway, don't mind me. Late at night, so this is where it gets entertaining. And yeah, as Alliam said, we're going to go through all the houses. I think there's literally 199 in the database now. But don't tell Scotty, we don't want to scare him.
The pain is already real.
Yeah. Cool deal. He's installing the game now.
Oh, nice. Excellent.
Yeah. Okay, now, alright, so apart from my weird collision weirdness, okay, main collision. Shutters, doors, shutters, and lights will be at, they're actually part of layout. There we go. Top. These all have some. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. It's just the deletion of these things bit by bit is just a tiny pain in the pookie. Right in the Pookie. Because I don't know until I do it whether it's one that needs to be deleted or not.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, oh, I didn't need to do that. Oh, I did need to do that. Oh.
So Andrew Night Owl says he placed side by side 2 castle land deeds in Crossroads Alley, which is one of the pots, player-owned towns. To get a larger plot of land in a player-owned town, it's huge. Yeah, the castle lots are definitely... We don't need to make any larger lot sizes, I think. Yeah, 2 of them side by side. That was pretty cool, actually.
2 what side by side?
2 castle lots.
Oh.
If you butt them up against each other, you could, like put hedges or something on the sides, and then just where the 2 lots border each other, just leave it grass. Just and then, just make sure that nothing's there, and then you won't even be able to tell it's 2 lots. It'll look like Versailles. Or Versailles, how do you say it?
Versailles, yeah.
So, let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
In current hierarchical methodology within prefabs,
yeah,
we take the sound effects and the VFX and we put them in, their apparent folder for each. And put them in there, right? So I've not done like houses that have like all these doors, and then all the doors have children of the sounds and stuff. I mean, I know I can separate them. My question is, do you think there's enough benefit? Like if I click on the doors parent object, so I have all the doors inside of it, then all the doors are highlighted on the building. In fact, I'm stealing your screen for a second so they know what I'm talking about. Window. This. There. Share. Okay. So this is the thing. So if I click on doors, so all these spheres are the sound effects.
Right.
Right? So if I was going in here to do troubleshooting or debugging and I wanted to see all the doors, generally that's the idea. The sound effects would be in their own bucket, so that way I could click on the sound effects and then see all the, and I could drill it down and say door sound effects, shutter sound effects, light sound effects, that type of thing. That way you could more accurately click on something and find all the shutters, but you wouldn't be seeing all this crap.
But what are you saying you want to do? Considering you're doing consolidating something somehow?
No, see, here they did is here's each shutter, right? Yeah. And each shutter has a child of its sounds.
Oh,
so
yes.
These should be in a SFX folder separately. That's what we do now.
I suppose. But remember, I may not be the right one to ask because Keith had to kind of show it to me and make sure that I understood it was okay.
Right.
Because, I would have I would have linked each one to it to make sure that I knew which one went to which. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's it. I could just change. In other words, you see how these were all the name Shutter?
Yeah.
I will actually change them. I mean, I could go crazy and say first floor shutters, second floor shutters.
Right.
L1, L2. Center. L, C, and R, right? That type of thing.
Yeah.
And I could actually make them, and I should make them all unique, because if we were to get errors in the console, this is what I ran into when I was doing player dungeon rooms, right? Is that the players can make their own dungeons. So, and the problem is that the errors were generic. And so I started tacking on the name of the dungeon room in front of every component, so that way I could find what the hell it was talking about. Right? So that's the same thing I would do here. I would rename a lot of this stuff to make it
point to where the hell it is on the model. So bottom line is, I think I've answered my own question. I think it's worth it. You know, otherwise you have a big spaghetti mess that you're looking at, and it's, you know,
Right.
you would have to drill down and keep on clicking on stuff. No, that's not the one. No, that's not the one. You know what I mean?
Right, and you don't want that. I mean,
Yeah, this way at a glance, I could see. Well, not only at a glance could I see if all the shutters are there, right? And then I could say, okay, now I can see all 9 shutters. I know where to go, or all 8 shutters in this case. But also, I could move them in group as well, because now they're grouped together and they're all selected at once.
right.
So if I ever had to do something like that. So anyway, that's what I'm working on over here on this other screen. I'm just reorganizing the what's called the prefab, the model itself. It was what you're looking at on the screen right now is a hell of a lot more organized than it was, and so I'm grouping everything together by what it is, and cleaning up unnecessary sub components and things like this, the sounds I was just talking about, and then I will also be fixing the LODs for this. So this one thing up here has an LOD group. This LOD group actually belongs in there. There's nothing in here. This is the parent of the entire object, and there's a spaghetti mess for you. But the LOD group should be up here at the top, and then I have to rebuild the LOD group to designate what's in here. If you see, even without knowing what you're looking at, you can see that there's one icon here representing the house, and then I go on to this section, and it's 1, and it's 1, and it's 1. None of the shutters are in here. None of anything else is in here. Like all the doors, you know, it's like there. It's like oh, you see, I gotta fix the parenting first, so I can't do this yet. But the as I add them in, each little icon will represent another thing in the hierarchy of the prefab, and that's what makes the house properly disintegrate, you know, in a smooth way as you run away from it. Right now, it's just a big mess. So, all right, I'm going to shut up here now. Okay, if anybody hasn't done it, well, you know, even if you have, please do it again. Because today is a new day. We are now at 1:24 a.m. Please enter the phrase in game into any chat, local, zone, whispers, universe chat. Doesn't matter. Whisper the phrase or say the phrase, lava may be hot. And I'll give you guys 6 minutes. So at 1:30 a.m. my time, I will go ahead and run the prizing, and we'll all cross our fingers that it doesn't blow up on me. Yay! Okay, so now we're back to Scotty.
Now, what happened last time when it did blow up?
Oh, we got an exception, which is actually kind of good because I've been debugging that damn thing for a while. Basically, it gives us duplicate winners every once in a while, right? And it's been doing that for years, so it's kind of like an accepted thing. But we do want to fix it, you know. And of course, if we were doing this in the old way in the old days, we would be using SodaBot's prizing script in Discord, which works. But that one does only checks people in Discord, so I'd have to write more code for it to go into the game and read, you know, current people in the game and stuff. So I'm just gonna fix the prize script, and maybe I'll add Discord to that. I don't know, but I mean, it's like, don't want to spread it out too much. There's, you know, too many platforms for us to be on. No, I know you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yes. Now here's something that I'm not sure about here. I want to look at the 4-story and see what we have. So here's the 4-story. There it is, and I'm looking at it. And let me go in here, and
and that's the mess that's the prefab organization before I cleaned it up.
Right, but where? Okay. Is it under here? No. Is it under...
What are we looking for?
Under, where is it? Exterior, let me see. Blah,
Oh,
blah, blah, blah.
the collision?
No, I want to look at LODs.
Oh, it's actually the only one that actually says LOD group. Oh, well, actually, I'm on the 3-story, so I don't know if it's the same, but it should be. Yeah, it's down here. That one.
Oh, LOD group. Okay.
That's it.
So that would be exterior LOD 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
Okay, so now let me look at this.
That one has 4.
Yeah. Oh, does. Okay. So
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way,
Why?
if you're doing this in Max,
Yeah.
well, shit, no, you can't. Ah, fuck. See, this should be LOD 000. Unity freaks out about that.
Oh.
But if you change it in Max now and we re-import it, it will break all the houses.
Oh, jeez.
So I have to do it manually in the prefab.
Oh, in the prefab in the game.
Yeah, if I rename it in the prefab in the game, then it dynamically updates. Everything's fine.
So why, on God's green earth, does this less complex house have 4 LOD layers?
Oh God, I don't know.
I mean, I mean, 4 LOD layers, literally 5 layers, meaning LOD 0, because that's what this would be.
Right,
Plus 4 more.
right. That's what I was saying before.
Why?
Yeah, I don't see. And as I said, I mean, assuming that and this is, I mean, we might have to delete some of
Here
those.
they are in Max. Here they all are here.
And they're using them all. See, look at this LOD group. It's got all the layers in it, all the way out to the 4.
Oh, God, there's just no reason.
No. That's why I said I'm gonna have to restructure it all, because some of those LODs I don't think we're gonna end up using.
Well, and some of them, I mean, at least the one for the 4-story looked like Punani.
Oh, yeah.
And in this case, I don't know how bad they look. I'm about to find out.
Right.
But I'm going to unhide. I might as well look at them, fix them while I'm here, because I wanted to see. So unhide by name. So here we go. We're unhiding all 4 of these LODs, and it's all exterior. And so let's grab LOD 1, and let's move it away. Here we go. There it is. Let's move it in X. It already looks terrible.
Yeah, because
Let's move it in X. Let's see. Was it 10? 10 meters? Well, let's see if 10 clears it, though.
Okay.
Because if so, it makes it easier.
Right.
So it almost clears it, but yeah. I better do it in increments of 20 because I need enough room to see.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So 20. And
then you can do that. So, guys, just to say, like, obviously it's 1:30 over here. And even though, like, about an hour ago we said, yeah, we really need to get out of here or whatever. But every night this is what happens. I think the last 3 nights in a row we've gone to bed at like 3 or 4.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, 3 or 4, nearly 5 one morning.
Yep.
Or you did at least. I think I may have bowed out earlier.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. And the bottom line, I actually thought I was here less than an hour, and less than a half an hour, but I was here for more than an hour.
Yes.
Yeah, still working on something. So, and the something I'm working on has to do with lava pools, or I should say lava dungeon rooms. So I'm working on anyway, more stuff. Yeah, no, we don't do that drinking thing. Actually, Scotty and I both cannot do alcohol.
Yeah, I can't. My body can't even process it.
So
can't even process alcohol effectively.
Not worth it.
If it goes in, it comes right back up instantaneously, like it's an immediate poison.
Yeah, I just don't see the purpose. To be honest with you, so. Yeah.
So, although I have to admit, some of these LODs aren't as bad. Well, why?
Yeah, that's horrible.
Why? Why have that?
Right? Why bother? Right?
I mean, I don't.
It's it. I mean, I have yet to chart out, because this is what I'm going to do on QA, right? So in our, for those of you who are familiar with Ultima Online, right? Green Acres. So we have, ours is called Decoration Station, which of course it wasn't originally meant to be the type of place that we're using it for. But the current team is using this as a, obviously Deco test bed, but we're, also we added more terrain to it. So now it's literally like the Ultima Online grass forever as far as you could see type of thing. And we're using that to stage possible new items added into the game, and we have an area to put things that need work and testing and all that type of stuff. So one of the things I want to do is take like, let's say, this house, right, and I'll place it far off in the distance, and then I'll start walking backwards away from it and see where it changes. And every time I see it change, I'll drop one of Laney's pink flamingos on the ground. A flag of some kind, right? Some kind of marker, and then keep moving back. And then that way I could, pan back my camera, look down, and see visually, right? And then I could start charting this out and then making adjustments. We should be able, for row houses, as a category, we should be able to come up with exact numbers, right? And actually document, a little white paper, say, LOD 0, that's going to be the interior stuff, and it should be culled at 5%, and then LOD 1, which is technically LOD 0 on the outside, would be culled at X, Y, Z, and so on. So then that could be applied mechanically to all of the other house models of the same class. And that's when we could actually have a pizza party and have everybody do it, right? Because it would be a step 1A, B, C type process, a MOP, a method of procedure, and just go through it, and we could start going. Because what was it? There was like 35 row houses, I think. I'm not even sure. Don't quote me on the number.
That I don't know.
But there's some number of large number of row houses, and when I say that number, I'm including like 2, 3, and 4. This is 3 row houses technically, even though this is one model of row house, just 3 different floor sizes. It is 3 houses, so it's 3 prefabs we'd have to touch. So. Yeah. Alcume said if it helps, she had a cider with dinner.
A cider?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Allie's the chaotic one. She's the party person in the group, I guess.
So whoever did these LODs took greater care, because you can see how they left the decent pieces, right. And so what I may do is a copy off of this LOD. We don't really need to care too much about the ones on the side for these. Yeah. These are there, and that's what I left on these sides. So that's no wonder it looked as good as the one that I did by hand, right? Because someone else must have done too. But I feel the need to move these over to the front of these too, which is what I did on mine. Right. That I want that to go straight to hell. But
go ahead.
No, it needs to be something. I'm almost tempted to move this over and try to multi-res it again, but I don't know. I just everyone in the world should hate that right there. Right. What I'm looking at right now, because that is right.
Well,
cock-a-doo-doo.
One of the things that's in my head is that if it turns out that this is the only, looking at the 2-story, right? How many LODs does it have? Because this is the thing. If it's an outlier and it has 4, I mean, granted, you don't have to delete it. From the thing, but I may not use it, because by the time I get to LOD 3, right, the distance is going to be so far. I might cull the thing.
Well, or at least make it like the others. And if that's true, then I will get rid of it if you think that we can do that.
Right. And I just can't make that decision at the moment. I just don't want you to invest too much time in working on LOD 4 when I don't know if we'll get rid of it or not.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So maybe I just won't. No, but I need to export it until you fix it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll export it until you fix it, and then when you fix it, get rid of it.
Yeah, and we'll know that within a week, because basically, when we do these, everything I'm talking about isn't someday we'll go test the houses. No, this is all got to be done now, right?
Right.
This is our structure set up for the project of doing the house stuff. So once these the three 2, 3, and 4 story models are get the stamp of approval for first pass for bugs,
Yeah.
right? Then and I do the prefabs. We definitely have to test it. Throw it against the wall. Get all the players on the QA. Get as many people as possible to touch the thing, and walk around it and kick the walls and see if there's termites.
Right,
that type of
right.
thing. Because these are pre-existing in the game. So if we don't, make sure that, and QA of course is important because anybody who has one of these things anywhere in the game, then we can look at the decorations. See, are they in the right places? I'll make a testing directive for this. This will be a QA live publish. We'll be doing that with I guess probably by next weekend.
Right.
And then we'll go from there. And I'll give you guys a bullet list of what to test. In addition to us doing the same thing. But second set of eyes, 15 set of eyes are a lot better than just one. So we'll do all that.
Definitively, for
Yeah.
sure.
And again, this will include the texture updates, the prefab reorganization, repair phase, mesh fixes, and LOD the LOD readjustment. And what I'll be doing between now and next weekend, again, as soon as you get these ready enough, then I'll go in there and I'll start doing that distancing, the charting of the LODs.
Oh, right.
For these 3 houses. And I'll make my best estimates on what they should be. And then we could see how that works out. Right? And if that happens, whether it be LOD 0, 1, and 2 or 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever, you know what I mean?
Right.
It'll be the same for all of them. That's the point. The distances will be the same for all of them. So whenever we figure it out, then we'll know if we need to delete a mesh or if we need to add a fourth to the others.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough, right? Yeah.
Okay. Well, that sounds good.
Yeah. Okie dokie.
Okay. This needs to be detached as a clone. Oh, yeah. That has to go in the back of that.
Empty.
Detach clone. Okay.
Alright. This is where the fun starts.
Okay, come on, seriously?
Rename this shit first. Okay. Okay. Now, on a side note, off this topic for a moment, I'm working on that new island, Birch Island.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So on Novia, this is again for anybody's. I'm sure at this point probably everybody's familiar, but it's just in case there's new people on the channel. Oh, you know what? I owe them prizes. I gotta run a prize. I gotta run a prize name. Run a prize name. Get that going, and then I'll talk. This works. Okay, so yeah, so on Novia, which is the main continent of the first episode of the game, off in the northeast of the continent, there was an island that was there all along, and wasn't used for anything. But amazingly enough, it was roughly like lima bean shaped. It was already roughly the shape that I wanted, and Allium found it, and she was just like, "Oh, here's an island that looks like it might be good," And so I went up there, and yeah, so I expanded it a little bit and did it, and I still have to do some world building for it to make it how I really need it to be done, but again, this will probably be repetition for most people who are currently listening, but I'm hoping that people on YouTube might have gotten through 4 hours of this and still be here. I'll probably chop it up or something, but anyway, yeah. The point is that it's going to be called Birch Island, which of course is our honor thing. What's the name of this?
Honor.
Yeah, when you're doing it, you're to honor something.
It's a
homage.
An homage to a thing.
Right. So it's our homage to Oak Island, which is a real life island in, as they say on the TV show, in the North Atlantic. It's north of Nova Scotia, or in Nova Scotia. I think it's in Nova Scotia, but it's up there. This is an island that in 1790, a couple of young guys were, as the story goes, in a fishing rowboat type of thing at night and thought they saw some lights on the island. And of course, the island had always been rumored that it was a place where pirates had buried treasure. So they went and landed on the island and did find a huge oak tree that had a pulley in it, and a big, I think like 8-foot square or 10-foot square sunken area of land underneath the base of the tree. So they came back and started excavating, and every 10 feet down, they found a platform of oak logs. At 90 feet, they found a stone tablet that had some mysterious cuneiform type of whatever code on it. And they went down, I think it was another 10 feet or possibly 20, and seawater started rushing in, so it was trapped.
Yes.
This has been an ongoing thing. Ex-presidents of the United States, Delano Roosevelt, actually was involved in trying to dig up this treasure. A lot of people over the years, and a bunch of people died, and there's supposed to be a curse on it that 7 people have to die before the treasure will be found, and all sorts of neat stuff. And granted, there's a show on History Channel, Curse of Oak Island, right now. They're in their 12th season. Of course, every year they come really close to finding it. But overall, this is, they are doing archaeological digs and things like that. So it's not, like a kind of, really bogus. I think they might be dragging their feet on a few things, but they're getting some funding, and they are finding some treasures. They're finding like gold coins every once in a while and other strange things. But what they're not finding is this vast treasure that it seems like all of these traps and levels and layers and strangenesses should point to something important, and yet, I mean, they even up to and including, like, they put a camera down there once in one flooded area, and they look like what it looked like a floating human hand, and all kinds of strange things. Yeah, there was all sorts of stuff, and I mean, again, 12 years worth of it. And they excavated a bay. They put a cofferdam. All right, so if you have like if they're going to build a bridge over a river, they'll drive down steel plates that are wavy, so they interlock with each other, and that creates like an oval section, so they could go in there and get down to bedrock, and then pour the concrete and all that stuff, right? And that's called a cofferdam. So you're blocking the water. So these guys, it was a number of years ago, they built a cofferdam around one of these bay. That's just to the east northeast of where the money pit is, where the main shaft is supposed to be, and because that's where the rumors, the theories over the years of all these different treasure hunters said are the trap, the ducks.
Ducks?
Yeah, ducks. Ducks.
DUCTS? Oh, okay, sorry. Ducks.
With a basically it's French drains. So think of it that way, because it's not like the way they even in the graphics on the show, they show it as if it's like somebody built tunnels and then it branches off to 5 fingers to go out and so basically what they did is they dug tunnels, filled it with cobblestones, and then and this is the thing, they actually found coconut hair, the off the shells.
Oh,
right. So what they did apparently is they made this tunneling or trenching or whatever they did and put the French drain stones in so that way water would pass through. And at the head of it, where the box, they call them box drains, where the box drains split into 5 fingers. For collection from the ocean, from the bay,
right?
They stuffed it with coconut fiber, so that way it was acted as a filter and they wouldn't get clogged. And they found it. They dug it all up and they found the coconut fibers. They found the cobble, and when they even went in there with a backhoe and they were digging all this out with the cofferdam, the water from those box drains was backflowing back into the pit they dug. So it really, showed. And they dug up. They found the 17th century, or yes, 17th century, right? 1600s and 1700s. So 17th and 18th centuries equivalent of a cofferdam. They didn't say this on the show. I mean, it was obvious that's what it was, right? They called it the what the hell was it? The 5-sided structure or something like that. And basically, it's big, hand-hewn timbers laid out, and it's kind of like straight, and then 2 45-degree angles going in towards the beach or in towards the land, right? Like it's a bulkhead. Right.
Oh, okay.
And as they went in there and they took it apart, dug it all up and everything, there's Roman numerals on each piece, as if like this is how you assemble it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's pretty obvious that that's what they did. And there's also when they did all this, because this was originally dug up, and that timber thing I just described was originally found in the 60s. By one of the previous people who were doing the treasure hunting. These guys, when they redug this all up, they expanded the whole search. They ended up finding a whole wharf with concrete.
Wow, that's crazy.
And they again, this is the Canadian government got involved and said, "Oh, you're going to now have to start making this like an official archaeological investigation." Right, and that was because they found some native evidence of native inhabitants on the island, and the Canadians have a very strong law for their
pertaining to how they treat the indigenous people.
Exactly right, and those indigenous people have to give permission to continue digging there and stuff. So that's a long story and everything like that. But the point is that when they dug this in, one of the archaeological guys said. Because they know what the height of the ocean was, as pertaining to the shore. The concrete that they found was poured underwater. It's Roman concrete.
Oh, that's definitely Roman then.
Yeah.
And because the Romans had a very different way of making their concrete, including the thing they discovered in the recent decade or recent 5 years even, that the reason why they originally weren't able to make that special kind of healing concrete and a variety of other things is the Romans just assumed someone making concrete would know, because most of their stuff was built by the sea anyway, because people were using fresh water to try to create the Roman concrete.
Right.
And one day someone went, wait a minute, use ocean water instead. What? No one uses ocean water to make concrete.
Yeah.
The Romans were all by the ocean for most of their giant cities. use ocean water, see what happens. And
Right.
they did, and suddenly they were able to make Roman concrete.
Yeah, exactly right. It's I think in the end they found that it's a higher percentage of lime,
Yes.
and salt water that needs to be done.
And then those other things that are done that I don't know what produces. It's the stuff that the crystals that they put in it, that when a fissure opens in the concrete over time, when water gets into it, as it's expected to do,
Right.
that creates crystal growth inside, calcite or whatever the hell it is, that grows inside and seals up all the cracks,
Right.
and it's a self-healing concrete.
Yep, exactly, and this is why the Colosseum still stands.
Yes,
so
for the most part, yeah.
Right, and the thing, and this isn't even part of this whole Oak Island thing. This is real. This has been discovered. What was it, last 3 or 4 years, maybe 5?
Yeah,
something like that. And what there have been shows like on Discovery and stuff saying that now that they know the right formula, this will revolutionize making structures, and it'll be self-healing and all this stuff. Or highways won't degrade the way they do. I mean, there's just a ton of stuff that it'll impact. So hopefully we could survive another 50 years and get to the point where technologies are actually implemented.
that would be amazing.
Yeah. So anyway, go back to the Oak Island thing. So that was an interesting deal. Cat Dude asked if he thinks that they had found a Roman sword at one point. I don't remember specifically if there was a sword. There's definitely a lead cross that came from France. And then they found some other lead artifacts that came from France. And of course, according to the narration of the show, I don't remember, was it Drake? One of the privateer type people who was sent out by Spain to collect the treasures from a ship that I think sunk or something like that. I can't remember how that all went, but he was sent out to get a definitive, known amount of stuff, but came back with only a portion of it. And as the documentation goes, supposedly, and this was mainly silver, that he had brought it to an island in Nova Scotia and buried it. And the lead that they found ties directly to what's the name of it when you dig in the ground to get the stuff? That type, not mines, but the open pit.
Like strip mining?
Yeah, but hey, there's just no word. But anyway, you get the idea. So the lead they found ties to the location where this guy comes from. So of course, they're loosely saying that that gives justification that it might be him that did it. Yeah, quarry. Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. It was quarried local to where he was known to live and stuff like that. So they're saying that, it's an Occam's razor situation, supposedly, where, it can't really be too much of a coincidence that they're finding all that stuff. But anyway, I mean, they found cobble roads that are made with the style and technology that the Romans did for their cobble roads. And that was buried under the swamp. And they found, these lead artifacts. They found buttons from Revolutionary era British soldiers.
It's 2 a.m.
It's 2 a.m. That's my excuse. I could just say I'm drinking.
We're drinking all right.
Yeah, and then it goes on and on and on. And every season they find, they're finding, like Scott said, little bits and things. They're not finding the big cache that they thought they'd find. But they
which is weird. Like, why go to all that trouble if you're just going to put there's a gold coin on that level.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple
a finger bone of Saint Goober.
A finger bone of Satan? What?
Satan. No, I said Saint Goober.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things there, right? Is that earlier, maybe 4th or 5th season, there was a lady who came in and gave Rick, he's one of the 2 brothers who's running this thing, I think it's like a crucifix or a cross. if I remember correctly, and it's been years, I think it had like rubies around it or some crap. So it was like real treasure, right? And she said that her grandfather or great grandfather, whatever ancestor it was, had gotten that from one of two chests that were recovered from the island. Yeah, yeah, I know exactly. And then of course they had somebody come in and look at the provenance, type of thing, and they couldn't prove one way or the other. And it was around the same time. I think it was either the following year or the same year that this lady, I think her name was like Ziva or something like that. Yeah,
I am Lady Ziva.
Yeah, and she came in and said, "Here, I got this map." And it was a map that was supposedly blah 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 whatever, old and it recovered from someplace or whatever. And she'd been doing all this research with another friend of hers. She died, but they gave him the map, and they actually on the map it showed a marking where the money pit was, and it showed something called the hatch. And it showed something else called something else, that type of thing, right? And it shows that it's the right shape of the island. If you didn't know better, you would swear that this was the map off of the front cover, the front page of Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island book. And that's a part of this also, by the way, is that they think that story was influenced by the rumors of Oak Island. So, but nonetheless, over the years, that every once in a while they find something on the island that they go back and they show on that map, and it's there. So in the swamp is in a triangle shape, and so if you stand it on its end, it's like a pyramid, right?
Right.
So towards the top of the pyramid, just like on the dollar bill, there's an area of that swamp they call the Eye of the Swamp, because it's the only place in the swamp that's deep. And so, like, if you look at it from the air, it looks like it's a round, dark blue circle, or dark greenish because it's brackish water.
So like a depression of some kind down in there.
Yeah, exactly. So they've drained the swamp a number of times, but right now they got the swamp completely drained, and they're in there with backhoes and stuff and digging it all out. They found parts of schooners in there. Again, all the cobblestone roads and stuff, and all these ancient stakes that they've carbon dated back to the 1600s. And they found a square. If you didn't know better, you would say maybe it was the top of an outhouse, like the pit for an outhouse or something. But this was actually like a slate and brick subterranean box. And it's got a bottom to it that's stone. And there was a guy who lived on the island around somewhere in the 1800s who wasn't involved with again, so I'm basically repeating what I heard, wasn't involved in the Oak Island hunt, but he lived on the house that's on the other side of the swamp. And one day, all of a sudden, he was spending Spanish silver.
Oh.
And, they went and checked, and there's absolutely no sign of any treasure there, but again, it looks like there's a very good possibility that that's what that was made in for. But they dated that, and it doesn't go. The dates of it don't go back as far as the money pit. So what they think is he might have found the stuff someplace and then made that as a cache to hide the stuff. While he was living, and he was going back and forth to it, because they found like farming, not like hand tools and stuff there. But anyway, they're still digging. And every year they're on the internet, you'll see rumors that they found the treasure this year. And
no.
Yeah.
And every time I see that, when they say, "Oh, they finally found the treasure," it's like, "Yeah, we found 3 gold coins on level 4 or whatever the hell."
Yeah, exactly. So now, taking what Scotty just said, so this is now bringing it back to what I was really talking about, right? So this is the homage is to Oak Island. I mean, similar to Rick and Marty. Which are the two brothers.
All the materials have gotten swizzled around.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Look at that.
Lovely.
Why? Now, not outside. Although I do see that there's some kind of weird.
Oh yeah.
This has somehow happened. I
right.
can probably go in and fix that pretty quickly. But this, why? Why is this?
Who the hell knows?
And it's not everything. It's just like
that's Max that's doing that.
No, that is in Max. They look perfectly fine.
Oh, okay.
It's just that when they got exported.
It put the materials in the wrong order.
Yes.
But yeah, so I mean, technically Max is doing it, but it's something to do in the FBX export process. It's not respecting the order of the materials.
Right. Well, which means that I need to go in and I would have to go into the material and I would have to reset it in the editor.
Right, exactly. Yeah, put them in the right order.
Yeah. What a pain.
Yep. And if you are going to do that, let me know so I could submit any prefabs that I've already touched. So right there.
Oh, and look, there's still.
It's
but you know why this is?
Why?
The one that I fixed.
Yeah.
Was one of them. It was one of the ones that was I fixed
the one that got barked.
Yeah, I fixed one of the ones that was layered in there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And so probably for instance, I had to delete some faces in front too that were layered. It's very possible that I deleted a face that had messed up UVs on it. I mean, that had the correct UVs on it.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Oh, that sucks.
See, so so all the faces were layered, and I just either worked on or deleted the wrong ones.
Right.
God.
Okay. So let me do some housekeeping here because I see you guys talking, and I'll address everything in here. But let me see if I could wrap this up, and then I got to read off prizes. So our homage to Rick and Morty, which are the two brothers, and no, it's not in relation to Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty are. I think they're supposed to be what is it? Back to the Future type of thing, right?
Yeah. It's supposed to be like
mixture of Doctor Who and Back to the Future,
right? But mainly like Marty McFly and
exactly,
the Professor,
right? So, but anyway, So these two guys, they're apparently well-to-do. Well, I shouldn't say well-to-do, but they're well off. And they have background in drilling wells and stuff. I guess oil and gas industry type of thing, right? So they took money and they went up and bought the bulk of Oak Island. It's segmented into lots, and they bought a bunch of the lots. And then even after a few more years, they bought more of the lots. So they're pretty much the de facto owner of Oak Island at this point. And they're going around the whole island and metal detecting the whole thing and doing the whole archaeological thing, and then digging, sinking shafts where the main money pit is supposed to be. Anyway, with all that said, the homage in ours is going to be Birch Island, and in the northeast corner of Novia, which is relevant to the northeast corner of North America, where the Oak Island actually is. I'm going to be putting an approximation, as well as I can do, of Oak Island. It'll have the right shape. It'll have the swamp, and it'll have a hatch over the money pit, and a well, and the house for where that guy's thing. So that'll be 3 scenes or 3 zones that players will be able to go to. The money pit itself is going to be the 8th level of hell. So it'll have 8 levels. It'll be an 8-level dungeon, which will start out at a low level. This is like a true Ultima dungeon. Back in like Ultima 4, you had to solve. I don't remember what dungeon name that was. So the last dungeon you had to do, and I think it was Ultima 4, was you had to go down an 8-level dungeon. You have to get to the 8th level, and then you had to answer a question, and that was the way to beat the game. So in this one, you'll be going down 8 levels of dungeon to get down to the bottom, where it's going to be, you'll be lucky to get out alive. That type of thing. So was it the Abyss? Oh, okay, cool. All right. I wasn't sure if it was the Abyss or High Loft, but anyway, so this one will be called the 8th level of hell, and it'll go down there. Then if you go to the well, there'll be, if you go into the well, then there'll be a small cave system, as actually does happen in real life, where water sources, create small caves that some people tap into with wells. So that'll exist there, and that'll be a low to medium level dungeon. So that way newer players have some place to go, and it doesn't like surprise you with something that's going to like look at you when you die. And then the third zone will be the house. It's not. I would say it's like kind of like going to a village. It won't be a full town, as we have. Not even the smallest town. It will literally be, you go into the scene and there'll be a house there, and maybe it'll have NPCs and stuff, and maybe it'll have a few extra like crafting tables or whatever. But it's literally like the estate of some guy who lives on the island, which of course the real world guy was Nolan, and there's something on the island called Nolan's Cross, which I believe I will be putting into that scene as well. I'm pretty sure I'll end up using the real names, if not a very close approximation, names of the real people involved in some of the stuff in there. So all part of the homage. And of course, if you go into the zone with the house, the NPCs will be able to give you rumors and things that might give you hints about upcoming things in the game. I don't know. Don't look at me. But that, and of course hints and stuff about maybe where you'd find secrets in the dungeon, because some of the secret doors in the dungeon are not going to be easy to find, and things like that lines. And then of course you'll be able to explore the actual island. Once you're in that scene, it'll be the island, the whole island, and you'll be able to go to where the money pit is with the hatch, which of course is the 8th level of hell, that'll be like a second way to get into this. It'll bring you to the same spot, but that way you don't have to go to the overworld to go back in. You could get in from there, and the same thing with the well. They'll both be there, and if you go over the bridge that will bring you back to the mainland of Novia, that will be a scene exit that'll bring you back to the overworld, over near the bridge. So anyway, that's the overall plan with that. Of course, the scene that I just described will be the last thing I do, so that'll be a little while. But the 2 dungeons, those are slated to go in relatively soon. So let me get prizes. All right. So let's see here. All right. So right now we had 2 new people. Again, this is actually, believe it or not, the prizing script working right. Don't ask me why it's working right now. But we have 2 new people who get prizes. So Seal Astra gets prize number 1, and Andrew Night Owl gets prize number 4. Congratulations. So see that? Look at it. And that's how it's actually supposed to have been working for years. And I didn't change anything.
Do we not have names?
What do you mean?
I mean,
for the prizes?
For the prizes?
No, because the last stream I ran out of time, so I couldn't actually select. Because I usually take an hour or 2 to go through, select the prizes, put them out in Deco Station, and it's that way when I start the stream, I go over there and show off what the prizes are. I had absolutely no time to do that this time, so I literally just did prize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And, so anyway, yep, there you go, and I am confused, but interesting that the prizing is actually working. I wonder. I'm developing Allium. I'm developing theories in my head here that maybe it's not resetting on a 24-hour cycle, but maybe a 12-hour cycle or something. But obviously, just after midnight, it's actually working right, actually properly. So I don't know. I have to look at the code closer. There's got to be some kind of external condition that's causing it to not work properly when we do our real live streams. So, hey, yeah, this is not a real live stream. How about that?
Yeah.
The 2 a.m. theories are dangerous. Yes, they are. Yeah, so, like, that's back in the day, right, when the developers who shall not be named would get on streams for 12 hours and get toasted and then start making promises or naming scorpions weird. We just have to stay up until 2 a.m. and then we come up with weird stuff, right? Hey, I got a great idea. We'll make a scene that's really 2D.
God. So there's a confusing thing here going on, by the way. I just wanted to mention.
Okay, yeah, you talk now.
In that it's confusing, I don't like it. And Steven, actually, you should look at it too.
Okay, I can see it over here on the screen too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So hold on a second. I'm attaching something really quickly. And I'm doing another weld real fast. But here's the thing that I'm concerned about. So aside from what it looks like in here from a standpoint of like the materials all look correct. I mean, they do. All the materials look exactly correct. But here's the thing that should not be something that looks different from inside the editor.
Okay.
This is the front of the house. This is the exterior shell.
Right.
You notice what's not wrong? Look at these UVs. See how they're not weird?
Yeah, they're not pulled in.
They're not pulled down. So this is what it looks like in the editor. I don't understand. Let me pick something over here. Hold on. There we go.
Yeah.
How is it that looks wrong? Like it's pulled up.
Well, they built the thing on an unstable.
No, it shouldn't.
Yeah.
There's no different. I mean, what you see here is what is getting exported
right
from here, and it looks exactly straight, head on.
Yeah,
it's exactly straight.
Right.
That's not possible. I mean,
wait. I know. The transforms are screwed up in Unity. Remember, I was just showing you that numbers are all frigged up.
But that wouldn't change UVs.
Well, no, but I mean...
UVs are a vertex by vertex thing.
Right. But could it be twisting the mesh?
Not at all. That I know of at all.
All right. Well...
I've never heard of such a thing in all my career.
Well, do you want to test it and just like zero out stuff and see if it, makes a difference? I mean, I'm not insisting or anything. I'm just saying that that's the only logical thing I could think of. Is that those numbers definitely were showing. Like, remember, it was showing an 8-degree rotation on one axis.
I mean, that shouldn't matter. That just shouldn't matter at all. Unless something about my preservation of the UVs or not is not being respected upon export.
Right.
I mean, I can't... I don't know. I mean, the only thing I can think of is touch each object and basically turn off preserve UVs on all of it. Mm-hmm. Just so it doesn't. But, I mean, I would just have to do one at a time and look. I mean, I don't know. I just can't... I don't know what could possibly do it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm going to hide all... hide selection, and I'm just going to hide things one at a time, specifically the things that look wrong.
Okay.
So I'm going to unhide the interior and exterior, mainly. And then I'm going to export it again after making sure that preserve UVs is turned off. I've never heard of such a thing before, ever.
Right.
Interior, exterior.
And obviously... And just
that's in all
stuff, anyways.
And that's in all my years of working in 3D, high poly, low poly, everything, multiple games. Mm-hmm. I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, where it shows right in max and not right in.
Yeah, like UVs, UV mapping. Okay, there's the exterior. There's the interior.
these aren't even in the right order. And that's the three. Is that the 3-story that you're working on?
Yeah, it's the 3-story.
Right.
I
said just keep in mind that I'm doing a lot of editing in that prefab. So if you do anything, just let me know what it is that I have to fix. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I need to submit my work, so we don't have conflicts and crap.
What I am going to do is I'm going to reset the transform on it though, just in case. Reset selected. Convert to editable poly. I've never seen such a thing, and now I have to select the pivot only, and I have to hit that and say 90. Convert to editable poly. I've just never seen anything like this in my life. Hide all. No. I'm going to save this. I'm also going to shut down Max and restart it.
Okay.
I mean, I can't even begin to imagine what would cause what we're seeing here.
Yep. Oh, Allium's going to bed. Night, Allium.
Good night. And we should do the same. It's after 2:15 now. Whether this works or not.
Right. Yeah, we got to call it.
Yeah, we got to call it because we are getting to a point where I'm going to get crispy soon.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you want to do this again tomorrow?
We might be able to. I mean, it depends on.
Here's the thing, guys. None of these are promises because obviously it's 2 in the morning. But I'm just trying to out loud think about our schedule and stuff. I think that we'll probably be around in the evening or something. But
potentially so. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember what time. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. I mean, if we're up to it, we might be around tomorrow evening too. I'm here. Tomorrow's what, Thursday or Wednesday?
Tomorrow is Thursday.
Is Thursday. Okay. Yeah.
It's Thursday now, I should say.
Right. Yeah. So
it's after midnight.
Yeah. So I'm here tomorrow and tomorrow evening, and to do more work, and then Friday morning I'm leaving to go back home. So there is a significant possibility that we'll do another one of these ad hoc streams tomorrow. And if so, obviously I will ping in the game. Saying that we're starting or whatever. So, and I can't really say what time if we do. That's part of it, just being ad hoc.
It'll certainly be after dinner because we have we
got stuff to do.
We've got stuff to do tomorrow.
Right. So, so there you go. So, yeah. I mean, obviously, I won't kill the stream until we see what the answer to the mysterious question is. As to whether it's good or bad. So, you are most welcome, in effect. Yes, it's Thursday, May 1st. That is correct. And if you haven't logged out and logged back in again, the May login reward has been deployed and successfully tested, so you should be able to get that. I had to redo the server twice to get it to kick. And I'm starting to think that I just did it too quickly. Like I didn't wait long enough to get it to deploy. So again, just working on it. Geez, it's been a 15-hour day or some crap?
It's been something like that. At least for me, I can check right now.
Yeah. So anyway, with all that said, we'll see what happens on that, and then we'll call it a night. And possibly see you guys later today. And then, as I said, I mean, next week I will be working on stuff all week, as I do every week. I'm trying to think.
Just 8, actually, or at least, I mean, that's those are the only hours I've logged today.
Yeah. And I went to the dentist today.
Yeah.
I got drilled. So
yeah.
And I'm still working. But what was I going to say? Yeah, next week, definitely the first couple of days I need to work on building servers. So I don't know. I mean, I could still stream and just
chat while you guys watch me walk around my room throwing hard drives at the wall. But definitely, as long as I get the servers done, then I should be able to get to a point where I could get back to doing this type of stuff too. And we could always do a long distance share if you wanted, or I could just show them stuff that I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I have to admit, it's still those UVs are still wacky, and there is nothing. Assuming like right now, I'm going in to test if the change I just made is good. You notice the materials are still messed up.
Right.
Which that's just a matter of like re-swizzling the.
Yeah, resorting the materials.
But the main thing I need to make sure of is that the
windows are there.
Yeah, the windows are there. I fixed them.
Yep. A little gap at the top.
Oh, there's a little gap at the top. Wow, there sure is, isn't there?
Yeah.
But the gap that I just fixed here is gone.
Right.
And the gap that I fixed, yeah. So all these.
You notice that the gap is on the left and not the right?
Well, it had been, yeah. Oh, you mean like up
at
here?
The top, yeah. So it's
yeah, something skewed in the geometry from the original thing.
Right.
So
if you're in the game, if you're running in the game now, go in the hierarchy.
You go down here real quick and look, because
yeah,
what I did there fixed it. But look at this.
Yeah, I know. I see that.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Like something is cursed. Oh, see, look at this. Something is cursed about this file.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I don't like it.
Yep.
And I may have to figure it out later. But man, I am.
Well, we could always just take the 4-story and chop off a floor if we had to.
Yeah, if we have to, we will. But
if it's really bad, right?
Yeah. No, the problem is that I had to go and delete a bunch of polys. I'm betting you that. See, the problem is that what happens is when you start deleting polys and you're deleting verts and doing stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Every vert you delete is some kind of incremental chance that it's going to swizzle stuff around. Every vert you delete, because it's the verts that are associated with, and the way the verts are split up, that are associated with where the materials are.
I just saw. You see that wall there?
Yeah.
That's an LOD.
What wall is?
That right there. That's an LOD. That's one of the LODs. Remember you turned on all the LODs and stuff?
Well, so if you look in here, the only LODs are exteriors. There's no interior LODs.
Oh, okay. All right. That's just But it is still a curious thing. If you go into the hierarchy with while the game's running, we could poke a little bit, really, like within 30 seconds. You could disable all the LODs, make sure that isn't having an impact somehow, that the LOD group got screwed up or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then there's the other thing of like hitting zeros on the rotations and crap like that. Just as eliminations.
Like poking where now exactly?
So you click on that and then up. You turn off all your LODs on the exterior. No difference. All right.
Yeah, there's no difference.
There goes that theory. But
so that's not really an issue. But yeah, as far as like the materials and everything else like that, I'd have to play around with. I'd just have to go and
drop them in the right thing. Yeah.
But that doesn't fix the fact that like UVs are messed up. Mm-hmm. Not just on the inside, but on the exterior as well.
Right.
And I am not liking any of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I need to go and figure out what to do about that. Anyway, but that will happen on another day. But at least the mesh seems to be back into the right place. But I really, really don't like the fact that those UVs have A, been swizzled around, and B, are stretching across things in ways that they shouldn't. In ways that they aren't in here. Like you saw all those messed up things in here, right? Mm-hmm. If I go in here and I hide selection and I unhide by name,
yep,
and I show the interior unhide, right? There are no messed up. There's no messed up mapping.
Yeah.
At all, anywhere here, no messed up mapping. No messed up. I mean, the materials are okay, and what you're not seeing is the smeared, weird smeared stuff.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
There's a smeared thing here.
Okay.
And okay,
that is that face that you had that was stretched out.
That is that one face. Yeah. Okay.
Well, maybe
Well, no. That you know what that means is it means I of the ones that were piled on top of each other.
Yeah, you deleted. Unfortunately, the one that you fixed.
I deleted one that I fixed.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay. Join us next time when we discover if Scotty fixes the issue, or if the
utterly mad,
or if the 4-story row house sinks into the mud, falls over, and then burns down.
In my face.
This has been Shroud of the Avatar Developer Work Edition. Have a nice day, guys.
Good night, everyone. Or good morning.
Good morning. Yep. See you guys later.